Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here to Tom Roche Field for today's doubleheader between your Boulder Collegians and the Greeley Grays. I'm Alex Clark, your broadcaster for today's game. I want to thank you all for coming in as we get ready for the first of the doubleheader between Boulder and Greeley. Here are your lineups here brought to you by either side. For Boulder, they'll be leading off with the second baseman, River Jackson, followed up by Hunter Hirayama at short. Diego Castellanos is the center fielder, followed by Isaac Sobieschek, the third baseman. Chase Hildy is over in right field, followed by Derek Woolwine over at first. Luke Blackman is over at left, batting seventh, followed by the return of Steven Lukasevich, who's doing the catching today, as well as Zane Zinicola as the designated hitter on the bump. For Boulder will be Mason Bright getting his third appearance on the year. For Greeley, they'll be leading off here with the second baseman Caleb Kasari, followed by Tom Taburo at third. Matt Walsh is the center field, followed by Zach Kostopoulos over at first. Marcel Manrique is the DH batting next, followed by Seppi Salvatore, the catcher, followed by Julian Romero, the left fielder. Mike Mignonia is the right fielder. The rounding out the starting nine is Parker Ross, the shortstop. Here, and then pitching today for Greeley will be Zach Guntle, number 6. As we are just about ready here for first pitch here from Tom Roche. But remember, if you want to interact with the stream, you are more than welcome to. Go ahead and leave us a comment here. I can highlight comments, all that fun stuff, and we can do that as we get ready for the game. Here, but we are just about ready here now for first pitch as River Jackson gets ready to step in here to face off against Zach Guntle. A beautiful day here, a little bit of wind blowing in towards home, so any offense is going to be a little bit harder to get today, but we'll see how it works for both sides. For Boulder, they have been on an offensive tear, currently 11-1 on the season. They're their last games, one off of a couple of mercy rules against Bradley. And now get to go up against Greeley for the first time this season as the first pitch is taken low for a ball, and we are officially underway. First pitch time at 5:05 p.m. Now ready, River Jackson looking in. The next pitch on the way is a high pop-up, but goes foul right behind home plate. And now the count is 1-1. No score yet here from Greeley. The game just started. Now home plate umpire puts the ball back in play. We're ready to go here. Guntle's next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner, does not get the call as the count now goes to 2-1 here on the speedy River Jackson. Jackson on the week so far has 1 stolen base. For those of you that pay attention to the broadcast and the interviews afterwards, trying to get to 7 or 8 as the next pitch misses for ball 3. Count goes to 3-1. So it does have a few more chances to get up to that number, but again, we're all just having fun here. The fact that even joking about getting 7 bases and being semi-serious about it shows how fast it really is. Next pitch high and tight for ball 4, so a leadoff walk here to River Jackson gets things started here for Boulder in the top half of the first inning, and that'll bring up the shortstop and Hunter Hirayama. Hirayama here has been playing excellent defense here. Had a rare error in his last game, but again, has still shown how amazing defensively he can be. Offensively with the bat in his hands, last game went 1 for 2. 2 runs scored, a single, and an RBI. Next pitch on the way is a curveball is taken for a strike. Down goes to 0-1. And honestly had a chance to keep his last at-bat going, but there was an amazing play by the right fielder Braxton Vale that got him out at the wall. Next pitch on the way is a high pop-up right behind home plate, going foul. So that brings the count now to 0-2 here on Hirayama. But again, everyone in the stadium just felt bad at that point for Hirayama. He's been working so hard. He hits the ball so hard. And to have a home run robbed away from him was heartbreaking. The 0-2 is fouled off once more, so we'll try it again. No stolen base attempting it from River Jackson, but doesn't mean at all that he is holding back even one bit. So ready to go here once more here now. Again, Guntle looking. Next pitch on the way. Driven deep to left field. Will it stay fair? It does not. Oh my gosh, that ball was smoked down the left field line, but Hirayama has to return back to the bag as that one landed about 5 feet foul. So we'll try it again here at 0-2. So right now, Hunter Hirayama here coming out of the Hawaiian native, facing off against Zach Guntle. Next pitch on the way. Low for ball one. As the count goes to 1-2. Hunter Hirayama from St. Mary's College of California. Ready now, looking in. The next pitch on the way is taken for a ball throw down to second base. That is a stolen base for River Jackson. And that will now put him on at second base, and Hunter Hirayama now has a 2-2 even count. So second stolen base since the proclamation just a few days ago. So he may be trying to think about third here. He had that base stolen easily. Next pitch on the way. Line to the left center field. That's going to go for extra bases. Rounding third, heading home is Jackson. Rounding first, heading for second is Hirayama. The throw in by the left fielder Romero into second base is not in time. A no-out double for Hunter Hirayama. And now Boulder with a quick 1-0 lead here in the top half of the first inning. Good patience there by Hunter Hirayama to be able to keep at it even after not getting the big base hit down the first base line. But he keeps going here now with Diego Castellanos coming up to the plate. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt. A good pick there by the catcher Salvatore as the count goes to 1-0. Defensively for Greeley in the outfield from left to right, you've got Romero, Walsh, and Mignonia. But then around the infield, you've got Tomboro, Ross, Casaria, Costopoulos, and Salvatore doing the catching with Guntle on the mound. Next pitch on the way. A curve that finds the outside part of the zone. Count now goes to 1-1. 1-0 the score here now. Favor of Boulder. Top half of the first inning. Still no outs. Next pitch. Swung on and missed as that will be strike two. But the ball gets away from the catcher Salvatore. And that is going to be an advancement there for Hunter Hirayama there on the passed ball. So pass ball there from Salvatore. That one went in and out of the glove. Now puts a runner on at third base. It's 90 feet away here for Castellanos, who has already had a big homer in this season. Next pitch on the way here to Castellanos is taken low for a ball. The count now goes to 2-1. 1-0 the score, top half of the first inning. If you're just joining us, welcome to beautiful Greeley as the Boulder Collegians taking on the Greeley Grays. The next on the way, and this is way outside. That's going to get away from the catcher Salvatore. Scoring from third on the play is Hirayama, and Boulder now will take a 2-0 lead off of the wild pitch, and now it's 2-0 here for Boulder. So they have got already started out hot here on the top half of the first inning, and they are still not done yet. Still no outs here in the inning. So now with a 2-2 count here on Castellanos, next pitch on the way is taken for strike. Oh, excuse me, that was ball 4. My apologies there. We're one behind that, so that's going to be a no-out walk here for Castellanos. Since I missed making a mark of my scorecard, that's okay. Cooler heads prevailed. And now that'll bring up third baseman Isaac Sobieschek. So Sobey now comes up with a runner on at first base and no outs here on the top half of the first. Boulder leading it 2-0. Zach Guntle still hasn't done his first out yet. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. He's had good command of the fastball so far early in this game, but he leaves it up here. Boulder has shown that they are well good at just being able to drive it into the gap. As next pitch, a ground ball down third baseline, as that's going to be error on Tom Burrow. Gets right by him for a base hit. Excuse me, we're going to mark that as an error. As on the play, Diego Castellanos will make his way to third, and Isaac Sobieschek is on via the E5. And now, Boulder has 2 runners on, still with nobody out here in the top half of the first inning. Boulder is striking early and striking hard, as now that'll bring up the right fielder in Chase Hildy. So Hildy, again, most of the time he's at second base. Today's over in right field. First pitch on the way to the lefty is fouled off to the left side. That one finds its way towards the Greeley dugout. Brings the count now to 0-1. So here we go once more. Next pitch on the way is taken low for a ball. 1-1 now the count. We've seen from Hildy mostly really likes to be a first pitch hitter, and honestly, really makes sense. He's got some big hits off that first pitch. Next on the way. High pop up into shallow center field as Walsh is there. He's ranging over to his left, makes the catch, the throw into home, tagging from third base is Deo Castellanos, and he will score. A sacrifice fly there for Chase Hildy is now 3-0 in favor still of Boulder. No RBI for him, unfortunately, as that he got on to third via the error. So now Castellanos scores his 3-0, and that'll bring up first baseman Derek Woolwine. So now Woolwine, the first baseman, comes up here. Next pitch is driven into left. Oh, excuse me, that's going to be a chopper to the shortstop field. It goes to first in time for the out. And that was the first out of the inning here. So now with that, Isaac Sobieschuk will move on to third, and Derek Woolwine grounds out 6-3, and that'll bring up Luke Blackman, the left fielder. I do need to edit something I did say a moment ago. Diego Castellanos here, his run does count as it is an earned run. So Sobieschuk that if he's able to come in, it will be an unearned because of the error. So now here we have righty v righty Luke Blackman. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the curve as the count goes to 0-1. Boulder fans will remember that Luke Blackman had the big go-ahead home run against Spradley last week as next pitch taken outside for a ball. Count goes to 1-1. His home run made it a 7-6 ball game, giving Boulder their first lead of the game. They would end up winning that game 7-6. Next pitch on the way is fouled off to the right side. That one will find its way to the parking lot. Hopefully no cars will be injured in the making of that foul ball. As the count now goes to 1-2. One out here on the top half of the first inning. As Boulder been working quickly. Next pitch on the way is a curveball that just misses the zone. As the count goes to 2-2. So we'll try it again once more now. 2-2. Next pitch on the way. The curve that gets him on the shoulder. And that is going to be a hit by pitch for Luke Blackman. And this man has gotten hit by pitch so many times already this season. So now that's going to bring runners at the corners here for the returning Steven Lukasevich. As the catcher today, one of the team's three catchers, along with Brett Williams and Mike Brunetti. So runners on the corner, still one out here in the top half of the first. First pitch on the way to Lukasevich is taken low for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Home plate umpire here doesn't have there's a very packed in strike zone here. Not like it lies. It's got to be a perfect pitch if you want to get that called strike. His next on the way is taken for a strike on the fastball, gets the low part of it, as the count now goes to 1-1. 3-0 the score for Boulder. As now Guntle looks around at the runners. Next pitch on the way, swung on and miss on the off speed. As that brings the count now to 1-2. Runners on the corners. Over at third, Sobieschuk. At first, is Luke Blackman is. Now Guntle ready. He looks in. Next pitch on the way is a hit and run foul ball. As on it, Luke Blackman will have to return back to first, but Sobieschuk just got a piece of it. So now that brings the count, keeps it at 1-2. So now we're ready here once more. Next pitch is taken for a ball. 2-2 the count. The breeze blowing dead in towards home plate. Power's going to be a little harder to come by in today's ball game. Now, right, next pitch on the way is taken high. And now we've got a full count here, 3-2. Nowhere left to put a little dot on the scoreboard. 3-2 the count with 2 outs. Runners at the corners here for Boulder. They lead at 3-0. Next on the way is swung on and missed for strike 3, and that will end the inning. So 3 runs come in on 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 men left on as we head to the bottom half of the first. Boulder leads it 3-0. We're now here on the bottom half of the first inning. Boulder leads it 3-0, and Greeley now gets their first chance here to respond after the 3-run inning there for Boulder, as Mason Bright on the mound for the Collegians. First pitch misses high as the count goes to 1-0 on Caleb Kasari, the second baseman. For Greeley, their lineup is Caleb Kasari, followed by Joe Tamburo, Matt Walsh, Zach Kostopoulos. As the next pitch swung on and missed, count goes to 1-1. Marcel Manrique, followed by Seppi Salvatore, Julian Romero, Mike Mignonia, and Parker Ross, rounding out the starting 9. Next on the way, fouled off as the count goes to 1-2. Mason Bright has been one of the better pitchers here for Boulder, and that's saying a lot given how good their pitching has been this entire year so far. Now is Bright, next pitch on the way. Misses on the off speed. Count goes to 2-2. Last time out here against Spradley, he helped Boulder to a 3-0 win with 5 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts. Next pitch on the way. It's a high pop up in the left, down the third base line. Going forward is the third base is Sobieschek, but quickly runs out of room, and that'll keep it right here at 2-2. Defensively for Boulder, around the outfield, left, right, you've got Blackman, Castellanos, and Hildy. On the infield, you got Sobieschek, Hirayama, Jackson, and Woolwine, with Lukasevich doing the catching, and Mason Bright on the bump. We're ready now here, next pitch on the way. Just misses the inside corner as the count now runs full 3-2. So now we're here ready to go once more. Next pitch is fouled off again, and we'll try it again. Caleb Kasari has been fighting in this at-bat here, and he's making Mason Bright really work for that first out here of the inning. Now ready, next on the way. It's in the dirt for ball 4. A rare leadoff walk given up here by Mason Bright, and now Greeley has their first base runner on in the same exact way that Boulder had theirs in the top half of the first. And now that will bring up Joe Tamburo, the third baseman. So now Mason Bright, next pitch is a high pop-up going foul behind home plate. And now been the count now to 0-1. So now Bright again ready here. The 0-1 on the way. It's outside, goes out of the glove of Lukasevich, going to second base. That was Caleb Kasari, and he will get in without a throw. So a pass ball there for Steven Lukasevich. And now they runner on at second base here for Greeley. He looks in right now. Next pitch on the way. Misses high as the count now goes to 1-1. 2-1, excuse me. So now again, Bright looking in, trying to find the strike zone here. Next pitch on the way. Finds it with a fastball there as the count goes to 2-2. But Joe Tamburo out of Severance, Colorado, going to Concordia. Now Ray looking in, next on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. First strikeout on the day for Mason Bright. And that is the first out of the inning here for Greeley. And that'll now bring up the center fielder in Matt Walsh. Uniforms for today's game, the Greeley Grays coming in with the white shirts and the white pants with the pinstripes, blue socks. The Boulder Collegians with their navies with the gray pants. The next pitch swung on and fouled into the glove of Lukasevich as the count goes to 0-1. The Matthew Walsh at Kapolei, Hawaii. Now ready, look in, next pitch on the way. It's foul right behind home plate once more as that one looks to be a sponsor banner. As the count now goes to 0-2, Mason Bright quickly ahead. 3-0 the score here, bottom half of the first inning. So Mason Bright here working with barely a cloud in the sky here. A beautiful day for baseball. All right, next pitch on the way. Big secondary by the runner on second base, Kasari. The ball gets away from the catcher there in Lukasevich, and he will take over to third on the wild pitch. So that one was in the dirt. A good take there by Walsh brings the count out of 1-2. And now Caleb Kasari is on at third with only one out. Boulder leading it still 3-0. But really right now is threatening. Next pitch. Driven down the right field line, but that one will hook foul. And ooh, there was a family sitting right. The only people that are not sitting in the bleachers are sat over to the right side, and of course the foul ball goes and finds them immediately. We're on the bottom of the first inning on that, so that ball will be retrieved. Now, all right, next pitch on the way. In the dirt, good block there by Lukasevich, brings the count out to 2-2. So right now, Mason right here, yet to give up a run in the first inning. In fact, I don't think he's actually given up a run yet this season. That's the next pitch on the way. Inside, almost gets the hands of Walsh. And we have another full count here, 3-2. So Mason Bright trying to get going on here. Next on the way is a drive into right center field. Going for it is Castellanos. And that's going to fall right in between Hildy Castellanos and Jackson. Scoring for third on the play is Caleb Kasari. And that will now make it 3-1 still with Boulder ahead. But a good little jam shot there for Matt Walsh. Gets right in between that little Bermuda triangle there and will drive in the first run of the game here for Greeley. So now for Greeley, that will bring up the next hitter in Zach Kostopoulos as the first pitch swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. So Matt Walsh drives in the first run of the game here for Greeley. Now right, next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed on the off speed. As the count now quickly 0-2. But again, Mason Bright has been about as steadfast as any pitcher here on the Collegians roster. Taking off early, now looks over to second base, and we're going to have ourselves a rundown. Jackson now goes the first, the wall line, tag applied, and he is out. Matt Walsh caught stealing early before the motion, and he is now picked off on at second. Now there's 2 outs here for Greeley in the bottom half of the first. Good awareness there by Mason Bright as well as River Jackson Hunter Hirayama there, and that was about as textbook of a rundown as you could possibly have. Right, working from the stretch, next pitch on the way. Misses outside, the count goes to 1-2. So 4-3 caught stealing. Next on the way. Gets him on the inside corner for strike 3, looking 2 strikeouts on 1 hit. No errors and nobody left on after 1 run comes in. We now head to the top half of the second. Boulder leads it 3-1. We're now here top half of the second inning, as leading off here for Boulder will be the number 9 hitter, the designated hitter, also making his return today in Zane Zinikola. Zane getting his first chance in what feels like it's been a long time here, but at least a week here for Zane, but glad to have him back here today. He's a designated hitter facing off against Zach Guntle. 3-1 the score. Next pitch on the way to Zane. Misses a little bit low on the curve as the count now goes to 1-0. Zach Guntle here out of Johnston, Colorado. The next on the way is low in the dirt, gets away from the catcher at Salvatore, brings the count out to 2-0. So Zane showing good patience so far at the dish. It's righty v lefty here between these two as the next pitch on the way to Zane is taken for a strike, hitting the bottom part of the zone as the count now goes to 2-1. We're getting a little bit of chatter here from both boxes. Still fun so far. His next pitch is fouled off to the left side. That one will find its way, we'll say, over towards the little track and field area. Brings the count now even at 2-2. With Zane Zinicola here ready. Now the next pitch on the way. Ground ball right to the first base there. That's Kostopoulos. Takes it to the first bag himself. Takes it to the bag himself for the first out here of the inning. That'll bring up River Jackson, the leadoff man, here to hit again for the second time. Last time out, walked, got a stolen base, and a run scored. So here we go once more here. The next delivery here from Zach Guntle. There's a curveball, tries the inside corner. Appeal down to first as the base umpire says that he went. The rest of the count goes to 0-1. Bit of a check swing on that one, but River Jackson tried to hold up, couldn't get it as the next pitch on the way. Misses way high and outside as even Guntle on that one knew that he just kind of lost a little bit of grip on that one. The count now goes to 1-1. So now we look in here once again. So for Zach Guntle here, pitching against Jackson, the next on the way is driven down the right field line as that one will hook foul. So 1-2 now the count. Jackson has a really good on-base percentage, over 400 here, as well as a stellar stolen base rate. When I was talking with him during his interview, said that he doesn't care if he really gets picked off as the next pitch is low in the dirt. Good block there by Salvatore, brings count to 2-2. As long as he gets those stolen bases here, it doesn't matter if he gets picked off once or twice. He's still bringing a lot of effectiveness to his team. But for Jackson here, definitely has shown his effectiveness, has been one of the team's most dangerous hitters. Next pitch on the way is taken for strike 3 on the slider, and that is the second strikeout on the day here for Zach Guntle. Sorry about that again. We are trying here. I think we're having a bit of a problem with our hotspot as the next pitch is in the dirt for ball two. Cal goes to 2-0 here on Diego Castellanos, who walked, got an RBI and a run scored back in the top half of the first inning. So now we're ready once more. Next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner. Can't get it as the count now goes to 3-0. I just ask for your patience. We're trying to get the hotspot to work a little bit better, but so now ready. Here we go again from Zach Guntle. Next on the way. Way inside. Not as a walk here to Diego Castellanos. His second walk on the day. And so now Hunter Hirayama will trot over to second base, and then I'll bring up Isaac Sobieschek. 3-1 the score here in favor of Boulder. Top half of the second inning. Is now looking in right as he's taking a long jump over the throw over to third, and it is in time as Hunter Hirayama is cut out at third, and that will end the inning. So no runs on no hits, no errors, and one batter left on as we now head to the bottom of the second. Our score 3-1. Bottom half of the second inning. Now as Mason Bright gets ready first pitch on the way to Marcel Manrique is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. 3-1 the score here for Boulder. Next pitch on the way. Take it a little bit low. 1-1. Now the count. Right now, Mason Bright, his second inning of work, gave him a run in the top half of the first, bottom half of the first. Next on the way is driven down the right field line. Going for it now is Hilde, a long run, and that one's going to land just foul. As Manrique will now have a 1-2 count as he takes a long trot back over to first base. 3-1 the score here for Boulder. Manrique out of Miami, Florida. Here, a long, long way to get here today to Greeley. Right now he faces off here against Mason Bright here for the first time today. Bright looks in, gets a sign from Lukasevich. Now ready, the next pitch on the way is taken just a little bit high as the count goes to 2-2. So ready once more. Mason Bright, we know that he likes to work with that quick pace. Next on the way, tries inside, can't get the call as the count runs full 3-2. Already 3 full counts so far for Mason Bright in this game. Just in this game. That's on the way. Tries low and can't get it. Another leadoff walk here for Mason Bright. And now That'll bring up the catcher. It's Seppi Salvatore. Sold by coach. Here, this first name fully is Giuseppe. But usually just call him by Sepe. So now Salvatore, catcher, coming up with nobody out here in the second. Next pitch on the way is driven down the left field line, but that one will hook foul, as that will land just shy of the batting practice cage. Down goes the 0-1. But now umpire puts the ball back in play. But now Bright looking in, next on the way, tries outside, and does not get the call. Count goes to 1-1. Mason Bright look over at first base here to Enrique, the next on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 2. 1-2. Now the count here on Salvatore. Right, all right, with 2 strikeouts on the game. Would love to try and get his third one right here, right now. Now ready, the next pitch. It's a pop-up right behind home plate, so we'll try it again here at 1-2. But Bright on the season, again, has yet to give up an earned run, except for that first one there. He had a 0 ERA coming into today's game. The next pitch on the way. Just misses again, low and outside, 2-2. Now the count. Bright having a hard time trying to find out the strike zone of the home plate umpire. As Greeley looks like they have another pitcher warming up. Next pitch misses outside. Full count now. 3-2. Runner on at first here. Mason Bright working with a full count. Not a big lead over at first. Next on the way is taken for ball 4. Another walk given on by Mason Bright. That is his third now of the game. Marcel Manrique moves over to second, and now that's going to bring up left fielder Julian Romero. As now time is called as Coach Rucco is going to go and talk to his pitcher here. You can see he's getting a little bit stressed out there. We'd like to take this moment here, this mountain visit, to thank some of our sponsors for today's game. I'd like to thank Alpine Bank, Boulder, Hazel's Beverage World, WK Real Estate. We'd like to thank all of our proud sponsors of your Boulder Collegians. So we're here in the bottom half of the second inning. Still no outs here as Mason Bright has walked the first 2 hitters, and now they'll bring up the left fielder in Julian Romero. Bright looks in. Fresh bit of confidence there from Coach Rucco. The next pitch on the way. Taken low after a big secondary lead for Manrique. Lucas Sevich could be keeping an eye on that as the count goes to 1-0. Right. Next pitch on the way. Misses outside. Count goes to 2-0. I was talking with Bright actually just a little bit ago after a stellar performance against Spradley. And he was telling me that he sees how aggressive of a team they are, and so you pitch to contact more than anything. As the next pitch misses high, count goes 3-0, and that gave him a lot of good success there, especially as long as you attack early. You're going to get a lot of early outs and go deep into games. Next on the way. It's taken for ball 4. Another walk, as right now Mason Bright has walked the bases loaded, and he is having a heck of a time trying to find out the home plate umpire's strike zone. And right now, I'm kind of with him. I'm not sure where a lot of these pitches are missing. But now it's going to bring up Mike Mignonia. Mignonia, the right fielder, the next pitch on the way. The base is loaded, swung on and missed as the count goes 0-1. And fooled a bit there on the off-speed pitch. As well now, and he kind of had to take his left foot and just kind of jolt it out to try to still make a swing happen. That's on the way. Ground ball right back in the middle, Bright, and they'll knock it down and throw over to first, and it goes over the head of Woolwine. Scoring first on the play is Manrique, followed by Salvatore. Rounding third, heading for home. Now is Romero. The throw of the plate gets past Lucas Sevich, and now Mignonia is on at third. A 3-run error there for Mason Bright, as now all of those runs are unearned. all by the E1. And now that puts a runner on at third, and Greeley has taken a 4-3 lead. First time so far this season that Mr. Bryce had to pitch from behind as the next pitch misses low as the count goes to 1-0. So right now with a 4-3 game, next pitch on the way. Ground ball up the middle as Hirayama fields it, throws over to first. It's in time for the end. Now throw back to home. The tag's applied and he got him! What a great defensive show there from Woldline, Hirayama, and Lukasevich, as that will now put 2 outs on the board here for the Collegians, and that'll bring up here back to the top of the order here, second baseman Caleb Kasari. So Minonia is cut out at home, and this is a 6-3-2 double play in the books. Great defense there from Boulder. Now with nobody on, next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes 0-1. And Mason Bright, after that, maybe feeling a little bit more of a gasp of life. So now here we go. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. Count 0-2 on the off-speed pitch. He may figure out the zone here. But now with an 0-2 count, Mason Bright's looking ready. The next on the way is a ground ball up the middle to Hirayama. He's got it. A step and throw to Woolwine at first in time for the third and final out. So 3 runs come across, though, for Greeley as we now head to the top half of the third. Greeley now leads it 4-3. Next pitch from Calcao is a ground ball to Hirayama, and he has a little trouble with it. Takes it to second himself, the throw to first in time for the double play. Talk about defensive clutch there for Hunter Hirayama, who takes it to the bag himself, then over to first for the double play. So Danny Barker moves to third. Benerano is cut out at second, and now there's 2 outs here for Denver in the top half of the fourth. Now here, top half of the third inning, as Isaac Sobieschek gets his next chance here at the dish here for Boulder, as now they are behind against Greeley 4-3. Sobieschek working against Zach Guntle. Next pitch on the way, misses outside as the count goes to 1-0. It looks like we have a new pitcher on the mound here for Greeley. Looks to be number 20. As the next pitch on the way, misses for ball 2. Count goes to 2-0. Number 20 is Robbie Ross here. So day is officially done here for Guntle. Next pitch on the way. A curveball finds the outside part of the zone as the count goes to 1-2. So Robbie Ross comes in to pitch here for Greeley now with the lead. As the next pitch on the way to Sobieschek. Tries the off-speed inside, but can't get the call. Count goes 3-1. Gruntle goes 2 innings pitch, giving up 3 runs all earned. All right, next delivery. The high pop-up, but still in the infield as Christopoulos calls everyone off. By the sun, he's there, and he makes the catch for the first out here of the inning. Now that'll bring up the right fielder and Chase Hildy to the plate. Chase Hildy comes up here. His last time up, got a sacrifice fly into center field. And now comes up here with 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. One walk only given up by Guntle in his day. The next on the way off speed misses high as the count goes to 1-0. So Hildy again officially right now in the book 0-0. Sacrifice fly back at the first. Next on the way misses outside as the count goes to 1-1. So right now, again, Hildy, a lot of speed. If he can put something in the gap to turn into a triple. Next on the way, drive into deep right center field. Going back now is the right fielder looking up, and goodbye, baseball! Chase Hildy launches that ball into right center field, and this ball game is tied once more at 4-4. What a blast by Hildy, his second home run on the season, and that brings it to a 4-4 ball game. Chase Hildy absolutely mashed that ball, and now that's going to bring up Derek Woolwine. First pitch to Woolwine is taken outside for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. The kind of how hard that one was hit over right center field. The gap there says 375. And now this one's driven down the right field line. Will this one stay fair? It will. They'll drop in front of Magnolia over at right field. Throw down in second place. The throw is a little bit high. A 1-out double. Therefore, Derek Woolwine, as he now stands on at second base. And now Boulder really starting to pile up the hits here in the inning. They've been hitting the new pitcher, Robbie Ross, hard. And now that's going to bring up the left fielder into Luke Blackman, who was awarded first base after the hit by pitch. So now here with Woolwine on at second here, Blackman comes up, has 1 homer on the season so far. Again, the big home run against Bradley. So now with a runner on at second base, there we'll see what Luke Blackman can do here. 4-4 ball game. Now Ray next on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Home plate umpire today, Nico Wingand, and the field umpire is Jared Kennedy. The next pitch is swung on and missed as Blackman now behind 0-2. But right now, Boulder with a lot more momentum here as the next pitch on the way. It's fouled up right behind home plate, so we'll try to get here at 0-2. That's what I was saying just a moment ago here about Hildy's home run. In right center field where that one went out at, it says here on the dimensions, that one was 375 out, and that cleared it by a good chunk. That one was approaching 400 feet. Next pitch on the way. Inside, and Blackman gets hit again. Yep. My word, Luke Blackman has another hit by pitch in this game, and I think he might be leading the team in hit by pitch at this point here, but no one knows the hard way to first base like Luke Blackman does. And now that will bring up here the catcher and Steven Lukasevich. But right now here, Lukasevich, who struck out to end out the first inning, comes up with 1 out and 2 men on. On second, Woolwine, Blackman on at first. Now the next pitch on the way is taken high as the count goes to 1-0. So right now, again, here looking at a big lead over second base by Woolwine. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Makes the count now 1-1. called a modern day or Boulder version of Thai France. Is now really gonna pick up over to second, gets him, and he is just safe. Ooh, Derek Woolwine there was real close after the call from the base umpire there in Jared Kennedy. So now again, Ross's next pitch on the way. A snap curveball swung on and missed for strike two. As the count goes to 1-2 here on Lukasevich. And so far here from Robbie Ross, we've seen a decent off-speed pitch, as well as that curveball just moves so slowly and has such a snap movement to it. Now look over second base again from Ross. Take a couple looks over at Woolwine, and now time is called by Steven Lukasevich. 1-2 the count. Here again, as Robbie Ross and Lukasevich both get set once more. All put back in play by the home plate umpire in Weingood. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt. A good block there by Salvatore. It's count to 2-2. Ball game is tied at 4-4. 3 runs for Greeley unearned off the error by Mason Bright. All right, look over at second. The next pitch on the way just misses, and that'll bring the count full now 3-2. So once more now, Ross steps in here, looks in, gets the sign here from Salvatore. A look over at Woolwine at second. Now back to the hitter. Next pitch on the way. Misses for ball 4. And the bases are now loaded for Zane Zinicola, double Z. So Woolwine goes over to third and Blackman trots to second. But this is a big opportunity to take the lead here for Boulder. The Zane Zinicola, his first game back in quite a while. Ready, first pitch on the way. Tries the inside corner, can't get it. Count goes to 0-1. Zinicola today 0 for 1 on the season, though. Only batting 0-8-3. Next on the way. Ground ball right to the second base, and he can't get it. Kasari can't field it. Fielded by the right field, now throwing to third base. Tags applied, and he got him at third. But on the play, that is a single for Zane Zinicola, and that will now give Boulder the lead here 5-4. So Derek Woolwine scores on the play. It's an RBI single for Zane Zinicola. Now bring up River Jackson up to the dish. The Boulder takes the lead right back. They were not trailing for that long. But now we'll see River Jackson, his third time up in as many innings. Runner on at second is is Zane Zinnik. Oh, 2 runs scored on the play. On that, I was trying to figure out because so many people were running around on that one. Here, so 2 runs scored, is 6-4 in favor of Boulder. Next pitch on the way. A drive into deep center field, going back for it as Walsh is there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out, and that will end the inning. But 3 runs come in for Boulder, especially after the home run by Chase Hildy, as we now head to the bottom half of the third inning. Our score 6-4 for Boulder. Next pitch on the way is a high drive into deep right center field. That looks like it's going to be extra bases, and that's gone! Line drive home run for Chase Hildy. It's 10-1 in favor of Boulder as Hildy gets a hold of that one and blasts it into right center field. Now here in the bottom half of the third inning here as Joe Tamburo ready to lead things off here for Greeley. First pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0 here on Tamburo. New pitcher is Nick Villims. Next pitch taken for a strike. 1-1 to count. So now here we go. Mishuk. So day is done for Mason Bright. Shortest outing of the year. Next pitch misses for ball 2. 2-1 the count. And also, those of you that are watching right now, hope you have been enjoying the little clips I've been putting out there for you. If you have any other highlights that you would like to see as the next pitch taken for ball 3, count goes to 3-1, that you would like to see here on the stream here to be played in between innings, all that fun stuff, here, let me know. Put something in the comments here, and I'll see if I can make that clip ready to go before the next games. Next pitch on the way. Misses for ball 4. Leadoff walk for Nick Mishuk. As now, that'll bring up Matt Walsh, the center fielder. So Mason Bright's day is done after going 2 innings, gives up just 1 hit, 4 runs, and only 1 of those was earned. So 4 walks here and a couple of strikeouts. All right, next pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count now goes to 1-0. So now Walsh here with 1-0 count. Now Misha looking around over at the runner. Here, next pitch on the way. Misses outside. 2-0 now the count to Walsh. So here we go. Now Mishuk will look over to first. Now the next pitch misses way outside as the count now goes to 3-1. But Nick Mishuk, the new lefty here in for Boulder. Bright, most of his time has gone either 4 or 5 innings. Today, only 2. All right, next pitch on the way is in the dirt for ball 4. So another walk given up by Mishuk as Tamburo goes over to second. And Walsh is now on at first. And now bring the first baseman is Zach Guntle. So now right here we go. Look over to second. Next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. 6-4 the score. Bottom half of the third inning. Here now ready as we take another look. Here the next pitch in from Nick Mishuk. Tries a little bit low, can't find it. Count now goes to 1-1.
Yes.
Now Nick Villims, again, ready. Here we go. Now the look over at second base. He looks at the runner. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed as the count now goes to 1-2. 1-2 the count. Now here on Michigan, Zach Guntle, who struck out looking his last time up at the dish. Now ready, next pitch on the way. Misses high as the count now runs to 2-2, runs even. 6-4, the score in favor of Boulder in the bottom half of the third inning. 3 runs coming in for Boulder in the third as well as in the first. Looking in, a look over at the runner at second. Next pitch on the way, a ground ball, and this could be 2 for Hirayama, who has struck field and throws over to first, and it is not in time. An E6 for Hunter Hirayama, as all of the runners will advance on it. The bobble trying to go to second base, couldn't quite hold it cleanly, as now they'll bring up Marcel Manrique up to the dish with the bases loaded. So now the bases are loaded here for Greeley in the bottom half of the third inning. So now we look in, ready, next pitch on the way. Tries outside, can't get it as the count goes to 1-0. So again, Mishuk gets to get someone out. He has walked the first 2, then give him an error. His next pitch taken for a strike as the count goes to 1-1. So with the bases loaded, Tamburo on at third, Walsh at second, Costopoulos over at first. We have Marcelo Manrique as the next pitch is fouled off, brings the count now to 1-2. 1-2 the count here for Nick Mishuk, the lefty. So he gets ready with the bases loaded, nobody out. Looks in, next pitch on the way. Takes it for strike 3 looking. So Marcelo Manrique goes down looking for the first out here of the inning, and that is a big first out here for Boulder. As now they'll bring up Seppi Salvatore. Salvatore, the catcher, walked and scored an unearned run back in the second inning. He was part of the crew that scored on the Mason Bright error. Now Mishuk will have a ground ball over to Jackson or Hirayama. Next pitch on the way is called for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. There's 1 out here in the bottom half of the third inning. Looking in is Mishuk. Next on the way, tries inside, can't find it. Down goes to 1-1. Bud Seppi's last time up walked back in the second inning was part of 3 straight walks given up by Mason Bright. Now ready, the delivery is driven into left field, but right there is Blackman. He's there, he catches it. Throw in to home as tagging for third is Joe Tamburo, and he will score. So now it is 6-5 with Boulder ahead. Get that one a sacrifice fly to the left field for an RBI. As Tamburo scores, nobody else able to move. And now that will bring up with 2 outs, Julian Romero. 6-5 the score. A 1-run ball game here in the bottom half of the third inning. Look over second base for Mishuk, lefty. Next pitch misses for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. Romero was the third walk in a row from Bright back in the bottom half of the second inning. Nick Mishuk in a big situation here. Next on the way, high and tight, misses for ball 2, 2-0. Now the count. But for Nick Mishuk, has not had the best season so far. It's still working here towards it. He has an ERA of 7. Next pitch on the way. It's fouled off to the left side as that one just barely leaves the yard. And that brings the count out of 2-1. But interesting to note here, he's sort of grand total of 3 innings here in this against Fort Collins and Spradley. Did only total 4 hits, 6 runs, only 3 earned. Logged 2, struck out 4. That's on the way. Ground ball down the third base line, and that is a foul ball. And that is going to get some anger here from the home team coach here, as he thought that one was right down the line fair. And honestly, I think I might be with him on that one. That one looked really good there, but a break there for Boulder. And now that brings the count to 2-2 here on Romero. Nick Mishuk gets away with one there. So now here Mishuk will look over to second and at first, next on the way. His line right up the middle. Hirayama leaps, he's there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out. So 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 men left on as we head to the bottom half, actually to the top half of the fourth. It's 6-5 with Boulder. Two to the count here. 4-1 the score. Bottom half of the third inning as Dalconzo ready to go. Looking and the 2-2 on the way. High drive in a deep right field. Going back is Berger. Looking up and goodbye. Baseball. Isaac Sobieschek with an opposite field home run to right field. And now it is 5-1 in favor of the Boulder Collegians. Hunter Hirayama to lead things off here for Boulder in the top half of the fourth inning. Facing off here against Robbie Ross. First pitch on the way to Hirayama. Misses for ball 1 as the count now goes to 1-0. So Ross now ready. Here we go. Next pitch on the way. It's a high pop-up in the infield as the shortstop in Ross is there, and he makes the catch for the first out of the inning. So 1 out here off of the pop out there to Hunter Hirayama to his counterpart at short, and that will now bring up center fielder Diego Castellanos. First pitch now taken for a strike as the count now goes to 0-1 here on Castellanos. Now again ready, working quickly now is Ross. He misses the next pitch, count goes to 1-1. But right now, again, Robbie Ross really working. Next on the way is a ground ball right over to the second baseman. That's Kasari. He's got it. Goes over to first in time for the out. And that is 2 quick outs here for Boulder in the top half of the fourth. And that'll bring up Isaac Sobieschek. Sobie on the day right now is 0 for 2. Got on base in the first via an error. So now here we go. Here for Sobieschek. Next pitch from Ross is taken for a strike on the low part of the zone as the count goes now to 0-1. But here we go. Once more, Ross, the righty, working quick as the next pitch misses high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. But here we go once more. Next on the way, a snap curve ground ball. As that's a diving effort by Tom Bro. He can't get it. That's a 2-out base hit for Isaac Sobieschek. As he keeps the inning alive here for Boulder in the top half of the fourth inning. And now that will bring up Chase Hildy to the dish. So now here again, once more, next pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count goes to 1-0 on Hildy. Hildy with the big home run earlier in the ball game. Back in the third inning, tied the game back up at 4-4. Next pitch on the way. I pick off over to first, but nothing doing as he gets back in safely. So now ready again once more here. Hildy, a big power day already. As next pitch misses for ball 2. 2-0 the count. One thing interesting to note about Hildy's home run, we've had wind that's been going in towards home plate a good bit. Here. Now another pickup over to first, but nothing doing as the ball is blocked there by Kostopoulos. But Sobieschek gets back in cleanly. For Hildy, his home run, the wind normally has been blowing it right towards home plate, but during that time, the wind actually kind of died down a bit, which has helped allow that home run. His next pitch misses for ball 3. Count now 3-0. So it's Isaac Sobieschek on it first. Chase Hildy at the dish has 1 home run on the day. Next pitch misses high for ball 4. 4-pitch walk here to Chase Hildy with Isaac Sobieschek now on at second base. And now with 2 outs, Boulder still threatening here, and that'll bring up the first baseman and steady Derek Woolwine. The Woolwine got a double back in the third inning and scored right after the home run from Chase Hildy. Those are both off of Ross. Next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Should also mention, by the way, there are 2 Rosses there for Greeley. Robbie Ross is the man on the bump, and Parker Ross is the shortstop. Here we go. Next on the way. It's taken for a strike on the top part of the zone as the count now goes to 0-2. The first baseman, the Woolwine here, has a chance to drive in another run, potentially 2, with the speed of Hildy on at first. Next delivery on the way is taken for strike 3 looking, and he did not agree with the call, but that will end the inning. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on as we head to the bottom half of the fourth. Our score 6-5 with Boulder ahead. Now here, bottom half of the fourth inning, new pitcher on the mound here for Boulder here as we see number 25 coming in to pitch. Trying to see who number 25 is. I actually don't seem to have a 25 on my roster. We'll get that for you when we are able to. So the day is officially done for Nick Nishuk. This one goes just 1 inning here for Nick, giving up 1 run. It was earned here off of no hits, walks 2, and strikes out 1. So now he'll face off here against Mike Vignonia. Now number 25's next pitch on the way is a drive deep to right field, but that one hooks foul as the count goes to 0-1. So here we go. Next pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. That is a 3-pitch strikeout there for number 25. And that will now bring up here Parker Ross to the dish. Go Park. Oh, no, see, I do have number 25. I apologize. That's Anton Keith. My apologies on that one. As the next pitch from Keith is an off-speed, swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1 as Keith is working quickly here now in the bottom half of the fourth inning. They're showing a controlled strike zone so far. His next pitch is a high drive into deep left center field. Castellanos has a beat on it, is there, and he makes the catch for the second out of the inning. And 2 quick outs here for Boulder, as that'll now bring up the leadoff man and Caleb Kasari. So Anton Keith comes up and has to face off against 2 batters and gets them both out quickly, and now has a chance here against Kasari. As now Keith's next pitch on the way is a liner right to the second base with Jackson. He fields it off a hop. Goes to the first. That's a 1-2-3 inning here for Anton Keith as we now head to the top half of the 5th inning. 6-5, your score. You are watching today's game on Boulder Collegians YouTube. Top half of the 5th inning now as next batter up is Luke Blackman. Takes the first pitch ball. Count goes to 1-0. We need to have a quick addendum on the last pitcher was Ryan Chamberlain. As the next pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 2-0. As we were made aware that Chamberlain is wearing number 25 Anton Keith's jersey. Next on the way, a ground ball to the third baseman. He fields it cleanly. That's Tom Doro. Goes the first in time for a quick little 5-3 ground out to get things started here in the top half of the 5th inning. That'll now bring up the catcher in Steven Lukasevich. Lukasevich gets his first time up. His next time up, excuse me. So that was the first pitching appearance of Ryan Chamberlain here for Boulder on the season. Now right, next on the way. Misses outside as the count now goes to 1-0. On Lukasevich, who's 1 for 1 on the day with a walk and a strikeout swinging. Next on the way. is taken low for ball 2. Count goes to 2-0. Here we go once more. Now ready. Robbie Ross working quickly. Next on the way. Misses high. Has got now 3-0. So right now, Robbie Ross here after the get it out in there by Chamberlain. Now right next on the way is taken for a strike as Lukasevich would not take the bat off the shoulder on that one. As the count now goes to 3-1. Another long look next on the way. A foul ball, but goes a little bit high and right past the fencing. Brings the count now full 3-2. Ross again looks in, gets a sign here from Salvatore. Next on the way, a high drive, deep to left. Romero at the wall, and goodbye, baseball. A one-out home run for Steven Lukasevich, and now it's 7-5 in favor of Boulder, as that ball was absolutely crushed. As Lukasevich greeted by his teammates here. I believe that is his first homer on the season, and now that'll bring up Zane Zinicola to the dish. So now Zinicola comes up with a 7-5 lead. As the first pitch taken for a strike, as the count goes to 0-1. Ross next on the way is taken for a strike. It's the outside corner, 0-2 the count. Second home run given up by Ross so far. The other one given up a solo shot by Chase Hilby. Next on the way. Misses outside as the count goes to 1-2. The wind has died down a good bit here in Greeley. Now ready, here we go. Next on the way. Inside as the count now goes to 2-2. Boulder with the lead here. 2 runs now. Next on the way. A high drive into left field. Romero looks like he has a beat on this one. This one will stay in the yard as he's there on the warning track and makes the catch for the second out here of the inning. And that'll bring up the speedy River Jackson. Jackson on the day is 0 for 2 with a walk, a stolen base, as well as a run scored. But Zane Zinicola really put a charge into that last one there, as that one got really close there to going out as well, but that one was kept within the friendly confines. As now Jackson of the first pitch on the way to him and misses low as the count goes to 1-0. Jackson's fourth trip to the plate in this game, and the first time that it's not been in order. As the next pitch is a foul ball. It's count to 1-1. Came up to bat in the first, second, and third inning, but not in the fourth. That one, only 5 men came to the plate. So now with a 1-1 count here, River Jackson, the man up. Face off against Robbie Ross. Next on the way, a high drive to deep left center field. Did he get one? Yes, he did! Goodbye, baseball! River Jackson chimes in with his first homer of the season, and now it is 8-5 in favor of Boulder. That is the third homer on the day here for your Collegians. As the leadoff man, River Jackson, puts a charge into that one. What a blast there for River Jackson. And now that'll bring up Hunter Hirayama to the dish. The wind has definitely died down here in Greeley. But Boulder now with a 3-run lead. That's the second homer of the inning and third of the game as he now goes to lay down a bunt. Does not make contact on the drag. So the count goes to 0-1. But a big power display here for Boulder. Now we're ready once more. Next pitch on the way. It's driven into right, but right there is Minonia. He's there, and he makes the catch for the third and final out. But 2 home runs for Boulder, for River Jackson and Steven Lukasevich as we head to the bottom half of the fifth. Boulder leads at 8-5. Big power surge for Boulder as now we head to the bottom half of the fifth inning. Here, Ryan Chamberlain still on the bump as the first pitch occurred that finds the strike zone against Joe Tamburo. The count goes to 0-1. Tamburo on the game is over 1 with a walk and a run scored back in the third. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Off in a slider as the cat now quickly 0-2. Nick Mishuk on his day, 1 inning, no runs, 1 run. It was earned, 2 walks and a strikeout. Next on the way is in the dirt and a block there by Lukasevich. Brings the count now to 1-2. We'd like to thank some of our sponsors for today's game here. Alpine Bank, Boulder, WK Real Estate, and Hazel's Beverage World. Next pitch swung on and missed, and now the go of Lukasevich goes out into first in time for the out. So a second strikeout on the day here for Ryan Chamberlain. And now they'll bring in the center fielder in Matt Walsh. So easy play there for Lukasevich and Derek Woolwine to finish off the strikeout there on Joe Tamburo. So now they'll bring out Walsh, center fielder, as the first pitch swung on and missed. As the count goes to 0-1. Here we go. Now ready. The next pitch on the way. Ground ball to Hirayama. Charges in. Fields and throws the first on the run. Is there and makes the play for the easy 6-3. And Hunter Hirayama really knows how to play a good shortstop. As he can make even the hardest plays look smooth as butter. So now that'll bring up the first baseman, Zach Guntle. Kostopoulos on the day is 0-2 with a strikeout, looking at reaching via an error in the third. Next pitch, a high pop-up into foul territory right next to the press booth here. He's counting out to 0-1. Ryan Chamberlain has now seen 5 and put down 5 in a row. Next on the way, swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-2, and right now is well on the way to put down his 6th. He has been excellent. The next on the way, swung on and missed for strike 3. 6 in a row sat down by Chamberlain as we now have the top half of the 6th inning. Boulder leads at 8-5. Top half of the 6th inning here. Boulder leads at 8-5. A new pitcher on the mound here for Greeley as Noah Eggblock will come up to hit here. Come up to pitch, as Robbie Ross's day is done. 3 innings pitched, 6 hits, given up 6 runs, all earned, 2 walks, and a strikeout. As now Eggblock will face off against Diego Castellanos, lefty v lefty, as the first pitch is taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Castellanos on the day is 0-1 with a couple of walks, an RBI, and a run scored as next pitch is taken for a ball. Count goes to 2-0. He also grounded out in the 4th inning. But 8-5 is your score with Boulder ahead. It's been a back and forth game as the next pitch on the way from Egg Block. Misses a little bit low. 3-0 the count here to Castellanos with Isaac Sobieschek, the man on deck. So Egg Block lefty against the lefty and Castellanos. Next pitch on the way is taken for ball 4. Leadoff 4-pitch walk here for Diego Castellanos, and that is his third walk on the game here, showing tremendous patience at the plate. And now that's going to bring up the third baseman, Isaac Sobieschek. For Sobie on the day, 1 for 3 with a single back of the fourth, reaching via an error in the first and a pop out in the third. Now comes up with nobody out here in the sixth. Boulder with a 3-run lead. Next pitch on the way, misses way outside. Count goes to 1-0. Now it's Sobieschek. Right now for Sobie, he has been a powerful hitter. He has one of the few only opposite field home runs this season, doing that at the home confines at Scott Carpenter Park as the next pitch takes for a strike on the outer half. The count goes to 1-1. And that one was a no-doubter, estimated at about 350 feet off the bat. This is a wood bat league, not a metal bat league. So these guys are still mashing the ball. Next pitch on the way, taking off from first is Castellanos. Throw down to second base. Is not in time. Gets away from the second baseman in Casari and into shallow center field. But Castellanos gets into second base with a stolen base. The count was a ball. Pitch was called ball, so the count goes to 2-1. The home plate umpire says 2-2. I'm not quite sure on that one. We'll see what to go from there. But Diego Castellanos on at second base with a stolen base. Now ready to look around from Egg Block. Right, next on the way. This is way outside for ball 3, 3-1. Now the count. According to our count here, I'm also looking with the official scorer, and we both agree it's 3-1 right now. So we'll see what happens. Next, we'll look around from Egg Block over at Castellanos on second. The next pitch is taken for a ball. So a walk here to Isaac Sobieschek will put him on at first base with Castellanos staying at second. And now Chase Hildy, man, hit the first homer here for Boulder, I believe. Yeah, the first homer on the day here comes up here batting righty. Yeah, switch hitter. He hit lefty his last time up. Next pitch on the way. It's in the dirt for ball 1. Count goes to 1-0. But for Hildy here, if he gets a home run here, I would be impressed just with the sole fact of being able to hit a homer for both sides of the plate. For a switch hitter, so hard to do. Next pitch on the way, shows bunt, pulls it back. That was in the dirt, but a good catch there for Salvatore. And keeps the count out at 2-0. We're running on at second base. Castellanos, Sobieschek on at first. And a bunt's definitely not out of play here, especially with the speed of Hildy. Next pitch on the way. And that one gets away from the catcher and Salvatore. Both runners are going to advance one base there. So that is a wild pitch that lets both runners advance. And now Chase Hildy is up with a 3-0 count. Boulder, chance to really blow this game wide open here in the sixth. 8-5 is your score. So now another long look in from Egg Block, working from the windup. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt for ball 4. 3 straight walks here from Egg Block. And now the bases are full of Collegians. As that'll bring up the first baseman and Derek Woolwine, as now the catcher Salvatore going to take a quick moment to go talk to his pitcher, puts his arm around him. Good camaraderie there from the players here for the Grays. Just trying to calm him down, saying, hey, man, you got this. And now that breaks the meeting. He'll go back to right behind home plate, where now he'll see Derek Woolwine there ready and waiting. Lefty v. lefty with the bases full of Collegians. Next pitch on the way from Egg Block. Misses low as the count goes to 1-0. 8-5 the score. Boulder ahead. Next pitch on the way from Egg Block. Inside, and that gets Woolwine. Looked like I got him right on the butt there. As now that's going to drive in a run. There it is now 9-5 with Boulder ahead off the hit by pitch. On the play, Castellanos will score. Sobieschek goes to third and Hildy on to second. And that's going to prompt a mound visit from the coach. So now, not sure if they're going to substitute him, maybe just talk, try to calm him down. But it is now 9-5 with Boulder ahead. I'd like to take a moment to thank some of our sponsors as well for today's game. Here at Alpine Bank, the Boulder, Hazel's Beverage World, and WK Real Estate. Thank you for your proud sponsorship of the Boulder Collegians. And now, that'll bring up Luke Blackman to the dish. First pitch on the way, misses low as the count goes to 1-0. Blackman 0 for 1 with a ground out and hit by pitch twice. The hit by pitch would give him another RBI on the season. Next pitch on the way. This is way outside. Ball 2. 2-0 the count. Doesn't seem to be anybody warming up in the Greeley bullpen. As now, Egg blocks next pitch. Way outside. Ball 3. 3-0 the count. And even with Blackman's power, more than likely will not be swinging, given the green line 3-0. 9-5, your score here with Boulder ahead. Next pitch on the way outside for ball 4. So that is another walk, or free pass, so to say, as Sobieschek will score an RBI walk there for Blackman. Is now 10-5 with Boulder ahead. Hildy to third, Woolwine on to second. Now that's going to bring up Steven Lukasevich. And now Lukasevich here already has a home run today as the next pitch on the way to him is swung on and hit into shallow right field in foul territory as the first baseman there in Kostopoulos can't quite get that. That'll drop in for a foul ball. Count goes to 0-1. Lukasevich on the day 1 for 2 with the home run back in the last inning here. Also walked in the third, struck out in the first. But an interesting strategy for him, trying to go swing on the first pitch after seeing somebody walks. Next on the way is driven into deep left field. Wait, this might be in. No, it will not, as Romero's tracked and there, and he makes the catch to throw in. Tagging for third is Hildy, and he will score easily. It is now 11-5 with Boulder ahead here in the 6th. So a sacrifice fly for Steven Lukasevich here will now bring up Zane Zinicola to the dish. Zinicola on day 1 for 3 with an RBI single, 2 RBI single back in the third. 11-5. Now your score. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed as the count now goes to 0-1 now on Zinicola. On at second, Derek Woolwine. On at first, Luke Blackman. As so far, already 3 runs in for Boulder in the inning. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed off the off speed. As the count now 0-2. No outs here for Greeley in the top half of the 6th inning. Yeah, 1 out, excuse me, off the sacrifice fly from Steven Lukasevich. Long look around the runners. Next pitch on the way. Inside, and that gets Zinicola onto the elbows. That one goes right off the Evo shield. And now the bases are loaded once again as Woolwine goes to third, Blackman on to second, and a hit by pitch for Zane Zinicola. And now that'll bring up River Jackson to the plate. River Jackson already with a homer in this game, 1 for 3. The homer back in the 5th, a walk in the 1st, a strikeout in the 2nd, and a flyout in the 3rd. It comes up with the bases loaded as the next pitch misses high. Count goes to 1-0. Jackson is the 8th man to come to the dish. Only 1 out here in the inning. 6-run lead here for Boulder in the 6th inning. Now looking in, ready. Next pitch on the way. Now it gets away from the catcher, but a good block by Salvatore to keep it in front of him at least. So no advancing from the runners. Count goes to 2-0. River Jackson, not usually known for his power, is really known for his speed, but really showed the power off of that home run back in the fifth. A solo shot, next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike. It's taken that one, looks like all the way. As the count goes to 2-1. You notice he's definitely most valuable when he's on the base pass. He is arguably the most dangerous base stealer on the Collegians. Right alongside Chase Hildy as the next pitch on the way. Misses for ball 3. 3-1 the count. Also has an excellent on-base percentage. He has been absolutely dominating here. Just comes to getting on base. He has an on-base percentage of .471 on the season. That's on the way. High drive into shallow right field. Looks like this could be a chance for the first baseman Kostopoulos. He's there, and he makes the catch for the second out of the inning in foul territory. So now with 2 outs, that'll bring up Hunter Hirayama to the dish. Hunter Hirayama here has been in a number of different places here on the lineup. He's batted leadoff, he's batted ninth, batted second. Today, he's batting second behind River Jackson. He comes out with the bases loaded and 2 outs here in the 6th. Boulder with a 6-run lead. As now Noah Egblock ready again. A quick look around at the runners. Next pitch on the way. Let's take it for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Looks like there's some activity in the Greeley bullpen, but they brought him in, it seems. Maybe coming in shortly as the next pitch on the way. It's taken outside for a ball. Count now 1-1. I have a feeling with that being the case, this might be the last batter here for Noah Egblock. Now ready, lefty Egblock. Looks in, next pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count goes to 2-1 now. So we're ready here once more. There we go. Hunter Hirayama's had a couple hard hit balls today. Next pitch on the way. Is driven into left. Going for it is Romero. He's there and he makes the catch. That ball was hit on the button, but no hit there for Hirayama as that will end the inning. So Boulder gets 3 more as we head to the bottom half of the 6th. Boulder leads at 11-5. Bottom half of the 6th inning here as Ryan Chamberlain gets ready for his 3rd inning of work. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. And it looks like he's picking up right where he left off back in the 5th inning as the count goes to 0-1. Chamberlain has sat down 6 in a row so far. Next on the way, a check swing as the home plate umpire there, Kyle Weingart, says that he goes around, so the count goes to 0-2. Bottom half of the 6th, 11-5 the score as Ryan Chamberlain has been dominant. Next pitch is a foul ball as that one was unable to be caught by Steven Lukasevich. So we'll try it again here at 0-2. But right now, Ryan Chamberlain has been dominated here against Greeley. The next pitch, low and outside for ball 1. Count goes to 1-2. Get this so far right now in this game shortly. This is the most amount of balls he's thrown as the next one now takes the lead on it. Count goes to 2-2. This is the first batter that Chamberlain has faced that he's even gone to a 2-ball count. Chamberlain ready, the 2-2 is taken for ball 3, a full count 3-2 here on Marcelo Manrique, who has a walk and a strikeout looking. Ball count. Now the payoff on the way. Is lined into left center field. That's going to go for a base hit, maybe more. Fielding it is Blackman here. Fields off the wall, rounding second, rounding first, heading for second is Manrique, as he will get into second with a leadoff double. Marcelo Manrique works a full count here against Ryan Chamberlain, and then turns it into a double. And that'll now bring up Seppi Salvatore, the catcher. Hunter Hirayama there on that one went right over his head, but there was not any chance he could have had to make that one. He would have had to have left about 10 feet in the air to make that catch, but he's very athletic. I don't think that athletic. So now Chamberlain look around at the runner. Next pitch on the way, misses outside on the off speed as the count goes to 1-0. But this is the first time that Chamberlain has had to deal with a runner on base here for the Collegians. See how he's able to respond here against Salvatore. Look around at the runner. Next pitch on the way is taken outside for a ball. Count goes to 2-0. 11-5, your score here from Greeley. Bottom half of the 6th inning. Next pitch on the way. It's fouled off to the left side. He's counted out of 2-1. Salvatore on the game so far. He is 0 for 0 actually. The walk back in the second and a sacrifice fly in the third.
I am not sure.
Now here we go, ready. The next on the way. So another pop-up, but that one goes foul, finding its way out of the stadium. Brings the count now to an even 2-2. 11-5, your score so far, bottom half of the 6th inning here. Only a couple of clouds in the sky. Perfect day for baseball. Only about 73 degrees here. Honestly, it's a nice change of pace here for Boulder. They've had a lot of games that have been in the 90s, even to the early triple digits. You know, they were playing a game against Spradley over in Pueblo, where it did get into the triple digits, and yet still came away with the doubleheader win over the other Collegians, Spradley. So a 73-degree day, I think they will happily take that. 2-2 is the count. Here on Salvatore is now a fresh baseball given to Chamberlain. Now ready, breeze still blowing in. A look over to second. Next pitch on the way. Curveball misses outside, and now the second full count in a row here from Chamberlain, as Salvatore works the count full for the second time of the day for him. Also got a full count against Mason Bright, which he worked a walk. Chamberlain, look over to second. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt for ball 4. Another walk given up here by Ball. The first walk of the day here for Chamberlain, as he will take the long pass over to first. Now there's runners on first and second here for Julian Romero up to the plate. Now we're going to have a courtesy runner here for Salvatore's number 4 that is going to be KJ Hartline. Will courtesy run here for Salvatore. So now Romero comes up with runners on first and second, nobody out. First pitch on the way, swung on and foul to the right side. I didn't think he actually hit that one, but ball just went off to the right side. Count goes to 0-1. But again, Ryan Chamberlain sat down the first 6 in a row and then has gone double and walk. Put 2 runners on. Next pitch on the way. Tries outside. Doesn't get the call. The count now levels at 1-1. Chamberlain here. In his 3rd inning of work. Doesn't seem to be anyone warming up in the Boulder pen. Next on the way. Curveball. Tries high. Does not get the call. Just misses. Count now 2-1. Runner at second base now is Manrique. Hairline is on at first. Next pitch is driven deep down the left field line. Going for it is Blackman. He can't get it, but it falls foul anyway, so brings the count now to 2-2. KJ Hartline on at first, courtesy runner for Seppi Salvatore. Got on via the walk. 11-5, your score. Here, bottom half of the sixth inning, final frame coming up in a bit. We'll see what the score will be at that time. Next pitch on the way. Our secondary throw down to third base. The tag's applied, and he got him! What a throw there by Isaac Sobieschek. Excuse me, by Lukasevich. Excuse me, Steven Lukasevich. As that was a big lead there by Enrique, excuse me. And he is caught stealing. So the count runs full now, 3-2 here on Romero with one out. Next pitch on the way is fouled off again to the left. So try it again against the man over there in a gray t-shirt and black shorts that seems to be chasing off against all the foul balls. Gets that one, has to go into a full sprint to try and get that one into play. The full count, 3-2. But against Steven Lukasevich, the catcher who was able to get Manrique on that play. Next pitch misses for ball 4. So second straight walk given up by Chamberlain as Hartline will move over to second base. And now Romero is on at first for Mike Mignonia. But now that's going to bring up a pitching conference here from Coach Tony Rucco. And we'd like to take this time to thank some of our sponsors here for today's game. We'd like to thank Alpine Bank, being a proud supporter. The Boulder, a proud supporter. Hazel's Beverage World, a proud supporter. And WK Real Estate, proud supporters all of your Boulder Collegians. So here, a quick thing here from Tammy Kearns here. Ryan Chamberlain pitching right now. Yes, so this is the first time he's actually been pitching for Boulder. He actually wasn't on our roster either. I got the notes here from Coach. Basically, after I had already thought that it was Anton Keith there, but nope, it is Ryan Chamberlain pitching for Boulder. Now in his third inning of work. He sat down the first 6 in a row. And then has gone double walk, aided though by the play by Steven Lukasevich, but now faces off here against Mike Mignonia. Next pitch, a high drive into right center field as Chase Hildy has it ready. There makes the catch, and there's going to be no tag from the runner at second base and Hartline. So now there's 2 outs here in the inning, and that'll bring up Parker Ross, the shortstop, up to the dish. So thank you, Tammy, for your comment here. Remember, if you want to interact with the stream in any way, have any questions you want to ask, anything you want to say or cheer, go ahead. I might be able to even feature them on the stream. But now that'll bring up Parker Ross, the shortstop, who's 0 for 2. Got into a 6-3-2 double play back in the second. Mike Mignonia as the next pitch gets away from the catcher, Lukasevich, and both runners will advance. So Hartline moves to third, and Romero moves to second on the wild pitch. So now the count goes to 1-0. So Parker Ross still looking for his first hit on the ball game. As now Chamberlain ready, looking in. Next pitch on the way, taken for a strike. As the count goes to 1-1. 11-5, still your score here as the Boulder Collegians lead the Greeley Grays. Next on the way. Tries the outside corner, misses low though, says the home plate umpire in Kyle Weingard. The count goes to 2-1. First game of the doubleheader. So after this game, stay with us, as there'll be another one coming up in about 30 minutes afterwards. Next, the curveball tries it, does not get the call. Count goes to 3-1. As right now, Chamberlain still trying to find Weingard's strike zone here. It's been a little inconsistent today. The next pitch tries the outside corner and gets it as the count runs full 3-2. Parker Ross thought that was ball 4. Weingard says, nope, it's full count now, 3-2. Runners on at second and third. Hartline on at third. Romero on at second. A lot of speed on the base pass for the Grays. The next pitch is in the dirt for ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Bases loaded once again now here for the Grays. As that is the third walk now given up by Chamberlain. And that'll bring up the leadoff man in Caleb Kasari. Kasari on the day, 0 for 2 with a walk, a run scored as well. First pitch, just misses that one high as the count goes to 1 and oh. It seems that the strike zone here for Weingart is a bit lower than most strike zones. Now ready, next pitch on the way. Is taken for a strike check swing for Kasari, but it doesn't matter as it's called a strike there by Weingart. Over at third base, Hartline. Second base, Romero. Ross on at first. It's now Chamberlain ready. The next on the way. Gets the inside part of the zone as the count now 1 and 2. And Chamberlain, one strike away from getting out of the inning unscathed. Here we go. Next on the way. Oh, he thought he had strike 3 on that one as the count runs to 2 and 2. It looks like that one was a bit of a sinker with the inside movement on it. Now ready, 2 and 2. Trying to get that third elusive out. Now a drive into center field going for Castellanos. He is there and he makes the catch for the third and final out. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 3 men left on as we head to the final frame of action. The 7th inning, Boulder leads it 11-5. Top of the 7th here. Noah Eggblock still on the bump here for the Grays here as River Jackson gets his. Actually, no, excuse me. This is excuse me. No, my apologies here. This is number 4, Diego Castellanos. Made the final out of the last inning. Here he gets his next chance up, facing off against Eggblock. The next pitch, taken for a strike. Count now goes to 1 and 1 now on Castellanos. On the day for Castellanos, 0 for 1. 3 walks for him. He's shown great discipline at the plate. Next pitch on the way is a high drive to left, goes foul as the count goes to 1 and 2. For Tammy Kurtzinger, what number is Ryan Chamberlain? He's wearing number 25, but he's also, that's the same number as Anton Keith, so we don't have an official number on him just yet. When we have something official, we will be sure to let you know. All right, next pitch on the way is a ground ball over to the second baseman as Kasari fields it easily, throws to first in time for the out. So it's a 4-3 ground out second time that Castellanos is grounded out to Kasari today. And I'll bring up Isaac Sobieschek to the dish. So Sobieschek here as a single, a walk, a run scored. On the day, he is 1 for 3. So he'll face off against Noah Eggblock here again. Excuse me, for the first time, I should say. This is the first time he's faced him as the next pitch. Taking first strike on the outer half of the plate. Count goes to 0 and 1. But 1 out here in the inning. Next pitch on the way from Eggblock is taken for a strike on the curve as the count now quickly goes 0 and 2. So Eggblock, after having a 6th inning where he let where Boulder batted around on him, now is showing some more dominance here. The 0-2 is lined down the first base line. That is a foul ball. That one just went foul by maybe couple of inches or so. That was a close one. So we'll try it again here at 0-2. 11-5 the score here with Boulder leading in the top half of the 7th inning here from Greeley, Colorado. Now ready egg blocks. Next pitch on the way. It's another pop-up foul to the right side as there is another group of family over to the right side that had a lot of action with foul balls today because they weren't fully expecting that. But there is now the home plate umpire here in Kyle Weingard requesting a few more, but gets it from the young bat boy wearing number 11 on his back. I do not believe that is Caden Anderson, unfortunately. So now ready here. Again, 0-2 the count. Sobies check. Next pitch from egg block. Taken just outside. That one just missed the outer half. The play count goes to 1-2. The egg block out of Las Vegas. Out of Sin City. Now right, next on the way. Way outside on the fastballs. The count goes to 2-2. He's currently attending Hartnell Junior College of California. Egg block now right. The lefty's next pitch. Misses that one low, and Sobieszczyk has worked himself into a full count. He walked his last time up, but that was on a 3-1 count. See what he's able to do. He's been fighting in this at-bat. Got a couple foul balls. Next pitch on the way. Is another dry foul to the right side. That one in the parking lot. And hopefully no cars were damaged on the foul ball there, but from the sound of the thing, maybe there was some damage. Hopefully not, though. Looks like we're good. I've been given a sign that we are good to go. 3-2 the count. Full. We'll try it once more. Payoff on the way. Curveball misses. High for ball 4. Sobieszczyk works his second, walking as many tries at the dish. And now he'll take the trot over to first base, and then he'll bring up Chase Hildy to the dish. Hildy on the day, 1 for 2. Excuse me, 1 for 1. My apologies, 1 for 1. With a homer back in the third being his only hit, he has walked twice and got a sacrifice fly. His first time up, excuse me. So now egg block here with one out, runner first pitch, swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. Hildy, last time they faced off against egg block, worked a walk on 4 straight pitches. This time now, already beaten out with an 0-1 count off the swing and miss. Hildy, a very upright stance. Next pitch misses outside. Count goes to 1-1. We see from Hildy here that he has good power. Already 2 homers on the season. He's tied for the season, for the team lead. I think actually he might actually have the lead now. Right, next pitch on the way. Ground ball into the gap right in between the second base and first baseman as Kasari can't make the play. The throw into third is going to be a little bit offline, so that is a single there for Chase Hildy, a second hit of the ball game, as Isaac Sobieszczyk will move over to third. And now Derek Woolwine gets his chance to add on some more insurance runs here for Boulder. The Zach White pitcher here will go and give a couple of baseballs back to the home plate over in Kyle Weingard. Here, we'll try it now here with Derek Woolwine. Second hit of the day for Chase Hildy. Both on opposite ends of the spectrum there. One was a long home run. The other one, a single that almost didn't leave the infield. So now Woolwine here ready. The next pitch on the way. Misses a little bit high as the count goes to 1-0. Woolwine's last time up hit by pitch and got an RBI for it. His base is loaded hit by pitch. So now, once again here, Woolwine facing off against egg block. Runners at the corners. Next pitch on the way. It's taken low. Throw down to second base. And tagging from third on the play is Isaac Sobieszczyk as Hildy was trying to get himself into a rundown. That is going to be technically an RBI there for Derek Woolwine. And now it is 12-5 with Boulder ahead. So now on at second base is Chase Hildy. Sobieszczyk scores on the play. Next pitch driven into left center field. This looks like it's going to be extra bases. That diving catch there from Romero. Throw back to second, and it is not in time as the ball gets away from the second baseman, Casari. But a great catch there by the left fielder, Julian Romero, who takes a tumble but makes the play for the second out of the inning. That was an excellent catch there from Romero. And now with 2 outs, that'll bring up Luke Blackman. That was almost a double play, but second baseman Casari couldn't hold on to the throw. So now Luke Blackman comes up with 2 outs. First pitch on the way to him, misses low. And a big secondary there from Hildy, who's now on at second base. Second, he advanced on an errant throw. So we're going to hold that one at E2. So next pitch on the way. Taken for a strike as the count goes now to 1-1. Blackman hit twice on the game here as but does have an RBI as the next pitch is taken for a ball as the count goes to 2-1. Luke Blackman struck out his last time up. Looks like he was struck out looking here, but has an RBI due to other runners came in. Next on the way is a foul ball just getting a piece of the bat as Hildy has to return back to second base. The count now goes to 2-2. Boulder leading at 12-5, top half of the 7th inning. Their current record is 11-1. If this score holds, it will improve to 12-1 on the season. Their only loss coming against Fort Collins in the second game of a doubleheader. Next pitch on the way, misses way outside as the count runs full, 3-2. First time today that Blackman has been in a full count. Actually, looks like it was a walk there for Luke Blackman early as the next pitch is fouled off. So now we'll try it again here at 2. This will be at 3-2. Full count here on Luke Blackman. Runner on second base is Chase Hildy. Now ready once again. Here we go from Egg Block. Next pitch on the way. High pop-up into shallow left center field. Going for his Walsh and Romero as Walsh is there and he makes the catch for the third and final out. But last chance here for Greeley as Boulder gets another run on the board. It's 12-5. bottom half of the 7th inning here. Last chance here for Greeley. A new pitcher on the mound here, CJ Pino, ready to take over here for Ryan Chamberlain. His day is done. 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts here. As leading off will be the third baseman, Joe Tamburo. So Pino, the San Franciscan native, first pitch gets by the catcher in Luke Savage. The count goes to 1-0. Might tell my voice is a little bit down here, and that is what we just learned about the passing of Willie Mays as the next pitch swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-1. Willie Mays passed away, one of the greatest to ever do it. Some people's mind is the greatest to ever do it. Next pitch on the way, misses for ball 2 as the count goes to 2-1, and feels oddly poetic to have CJ Pino, a San Franciscan. As the next pitch is a high pop-up in the infield as Lucas Savage calls everyone off. He's there, and he makes the catch for the first out here of the inning. Alberto now Matt Walsh. But to have, a native San Franciscan pitching here on the day where a man who made San Francisco and their team much better. And truly made the game better as well. So Walsh now on the day. 1 for 2 with a single, an RBI, and a walk. First pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Willie Mays, one of my personal favorites of all time, one of the greatest center fielders of all. Is now a liner right over to Hirayama. Gets down to 1 knee, and he makes the play for the second out of the inning. And now Greeley down to their last out here as Zach Kostopoulos comes up. Kostopoulos on the day, over 3, a couple strikeouts, 1 looking, 1 swinging, as well as reaching via an error. As Pino trying to get the last out, first pitch swung on and missed on the off speed. Count goes to 0-1. Score 12-5, favor of Boulder. Next pitch swung on and missed, another off speed. Count goes to 0-2, and CJ Pino 1 strike away from ending this ball game. Looks in, gets the sign from Lucas Savage. Works from the windup. The 0-2 pitch now on the way. Misses low. Gets away from Lucas Savage. But nobody on, so it doesn't matter much. The count goes to 1-2. Remember, don't go away after this. After this game, we'll take a quick post game. And then about 30 minutes from then, we will start game 2 of the doubleheader as the next pitch misses ball 2-2, the count gets by the catcher in Lucas Savage. Boulder leading now 12-5. Bottom half of the 7th. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. And that is your ball game. Boulder wins it. A final score of 12-5 as CJ Pino closes the door here in the 7th. And Boulder improves now to 12-1 on the season. Here, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back. We'll have the happy totals as well as a quick post game. You are watching today's baseball action on Boulder Collegians YouTube. Let's get final score for game 1 of the doubleheader. Boulder wins it 12-5. Once again, the final game one of the doubleheader between the Boulder Collegians and the Greeley Grays as Boulder wins at a final score of 12-5. Winning pitcher Mason Bright on his best outing, but he made it work. There are 2 innings, 1 hit, 4 runs, only one was earned. 4 walks and 2 strikeouts here. Losing pitcher is Robbie Ross, who had the big innings, one who gave up the home runs there to Chase Hildy as well as River Jackson. Here, we still have one more game to get to today here, but big offensive contributors from Boulder. Obviously, you have River Jackson, who got his big home run in the fifth inning. Chase Hildy with his home run. Chase Hildy in this game went 2 for 2 with 2 walks, a sacrifice fly, 2 RBIs. He's going to be my offensive player of the game for game one here. Amazing game from Boulder as they win at a final score of 12-5. Also, a great outing there by Ryan Chamberlain. His first 2 innings had a little trouble in the third, was able to make it work. But we'll see what they do have for game two as Nick Villims will be pitching here for Boulder in the second game. There, do not leave. We'll be back in about 30 minutes here with game two of the doubleheader. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back just a little bit. We're watching Boulder Collegians baseball on YouTube. All right, we are back now getting ready for game two of the doubleheader between your Boulder Collegians and the Greeley Grays. Final game, so the final from game one here. Final score of 12-5 as Boulder 12 runs on 8 hits, 2 errors, 10 left on. Greeley with 5 runs on 3 hits, 2 errors, and 5 left on. We're getting ready for the start of game one. 1 second. Sorry about that. We are back now getting ready for first pitch here between Boulder and Greeley. Again, the last game, final score 12-5 as Boulder had a big lead. And even though it was a back and forth game, Boulder really started to take away with it around the third, fourth inning. But we now have the lineups for both sides. For Boulder, you're leading off with second baseman River Jackson, followed up by Hunter Hirayama at short. Diego Castellanos will be in center field, followed by Isaac Sobieschek over at third. Chase Hildy is over in right field. Derek Woolwine is over in first, followed by Luke Blackman in left. Shane Crow is the new catcher, his Boulder debut. Here was Zane Zanicola doing the designated hitter duty. While Nick Villims will be pitching for Boulder, but the Boulder Collegians offense will be facing off against number 9 in Bryson Knapp. For Bryson Knapp out of Berthoud, Colorado. They're from Wesleyan University. So he gets a tall righty here facing off here against Boulder. Defensively for the Grays from left to right, you've got Keene, Hartline, and Barr with Ross Williams, Kasari, Manrique, and Kowalski doing the defense. Kowalski is the catcher with Knapp doing the pitching. It's going to be an interesting game. Pretty similar lineup there for Boulder. In fact, the only changes I can really see are that you have a new catcher. There's Steven Lukasevich caught in the first game and is now not starting in this one in favor of Shane Crow. We're getting his Boulder debut. Here wearing number 12, by the way. So, yeah, for those of you paying attention here as well, he is wearing number 12. It doesn't say so on most of the rosters, but he is here. I actually got to talk to him a little bit beforehand. He is very excited to get his first go-through. As now we are about ready for it. Looks like we're at the last switch for the throwdown. But we are just about ready to get things started. We want to thank some of our sponsors here for today's ball games here in. Sorry, Paul, just getting my stuff put together. In Alpine Bank, the Boulder, WK Real Estate, and Hazel's Beverage World. But now we are ready to go here to get things started here between Boulder and Greeley. As River Jackson ready to lead things off here for Boulder. First pitch on the way. This is high for ball one as the count goes to 1-0. We are officially underway. 7:57 p.m. A very late start for this game. Here, but now Bryson Knapp on the bump here. The righties. 1-0 pitch on the way. Misses way outside as the count goes to 2-0. But again, River Jackson with a big home run back in game one of the doubleheader. Got his first homer on the season. Showing that this man of speed can really hit the ball hard. His next one is a high pop-up, still playable territory as Manrique chases after is right at the Boulder dugout and makes the basket catch for the first out of the inning. Here, so a good play there by Marcelo Manrique as he makes the first out here for Greeley, and now Hunter Hirayama comes up to the dish. Hirayama in the last game here was 1 for 4 with a double, a walk, as well as he had a hard hit ball to left. Now he faced off against Bryson Knapp, the first pitch on the way. Misses outside as the count goes to 1-0. But I gotta tell you here, we're talking about Hunter Hirayama during the last game here. Talking about his persistence at the plate, his persistence to just keep getting better and keeping his head up. The 1-0 pitch on the way shows Butt, lays it down right down the third base line. Absolute beauty. Fielded by Knapp. Goes the first, and the ball is a little bit offline. That is a bunt base hit for Hunter Hirayama. Amazing speed there as he's able to lay down a picture-perfect bunt right into that little box, right in between the third base line and the pitcher's mound to make a great one-out base hit for Hunter Hirayama. Now bring up Diego Castellanos to the dish. But with Hirayama, I was talking about how I felt bad, but a lot of people felt bad that he had been trying so hard, and just every time he hit the ball hard, still was not getting the base hits. It's not getting to him. I went down on the field and talked to him before the first pitch of second game. His next pitch on the way is swung on and missed for Diego Castellanos. Count goes to 0-1. And before I could even go up to him, he spotted me and came up to me and wanted to shake my hand. It was like, hey, how you doing? This is a man who has amazing perseverance as well as a drive to get better and to be a great person as well. The next pitch is ground ball right up the middle as the shortstop here, Williams, here is not able to get it. That's going to be a base hit. Goes into center field. Rounding second, hanging for third is Hirayama. He'll get there. Now throw over to third. That's going to go offline. As Castellanos was able to get to second base. Now throw over to third. That gets away for the pitcher. Now as Castellanos, the play at the plate is not in time. That is weird, but 2 runs in for Boulder off of a bunch of errors there. Gotta be honest on that one. So there's a single from Castellanos. He will score. Hirayama is able to score on the, I'm going to say that one was an 8 on that. So an unearned run as Castellanos scores on a bevy of another error. We're going to say that one is an E5 overall. So now it's 2-0 in favor of Boulder. So that's a big start for the Collegians here in the first, and that's now going to bring up Isaac Sobieschek to the dish. All right, first pitch for Sobieschek misses for ball 1 as the count goes to 1-0. But now Boulder with a 2-0 lead here in the first. Now we're ready. Next pitch on the way. This is high for ball 2. Count goes to 2-0. But the Collegians getting to Bryson Knapp early, and it's been through, honestly, a myriad of errors. Already 2 errors committed in the inning. Next on the way. Swung on and missed as the count now goes to 2-1. But right now here, 2-1 count. Boulder leads a 2-0 here. Talking with Nick Villims. Here he's the starting pitcher for game 2 for Boulder as the next pitch on the way. He's taking for a strike. It's the inside corner. Count goes to 2-2. And it's like, yeah, I just want to kind of redeem myself after the last game here. I didn't do my absolute best. And what he wants to do, I was joking, saying, like, yeah, you're going to go 6, 7, 8, 10. He goes, like, dude, I hope I only pitch 4 because that means we got the Mercy run before that. As the next pitch swung on and missed with strike 3, as that is the second out of the inning as Isaac Sobieschek strikes out. That will now bring up the right fielder in Chase Hildy. You'll be hearing from Chase Hildy after this game as he'll be one of the players I'll be interviewing. Need to figure out one more, but we'll see how that goes for this game. So now Hildy facing off against Bryson Knapp with nobody on. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. As the count goes to 0-1. Umpires for this game, you got Jared Kennedy now calling the balls and strikes with Kyle Weingard is doing the base work. Now, right, next pitch on the way is a check swing. There's so far no appeal. So the count up will go to 1-1 here on Hildy. 1-1 the count here. Hildy, an amazing game the first one. 2 for 2. The homer is single. 2 walks and hit by pitch. Next pitch all the way to Hildy is a ground ball to the second baseman. Kasari has trouble with it. Throws the first and not in time. So that is an E4 that allows Chase Hildy to get on to first base. But he's now on with 2 outs in the first. That'll now bring out the first baseman and Derek Woolwine to the dish. So now Woolwine comes up with a runner on at first, and with Hildy's speed, I would not be too surprised if he tries to take second base early, try to get himself in a scoring position. So now Woolwine, the lefty, got a double in the last game Now a quick pickoff over to first, but nothing doing as Hildy's able to get back in safely. For Woolwine last game here, got a double run scored, as well as a couple RBIs, and a hit by pitch. Alrighty, here we go. Next pitch on the way is taken for a ball just missing the outside corner. Kind of goes to 1-0. Chase Hildy faked the steal on that. Took a really big secondary lead on that, but stopped immediately. Trying to see if we could go to throw down the second, but no throw there from Kowalski, the catcher. Woolwine, the sixth man to the dish here in the inning. Next on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 1-1. Right now, again, Derek Woolwine here has been trying to get the bat hot as of late. He's been playing great defense. Next pitch on the way. This is outside. And another fake steal there for Chase Hildy as the count goes to 2-1. 2-0 the score here in favor of Boulder. Again, 2 runs coming. They were both unearned off of Bryson Knapp. The next pitch on the way. Way inside, almost gets him. Now that brings the count to 3-1 here on Woolwine, with Luke Blackman, the man on deck. Woolwine, the sixth man to come to the dish here in the inning here for Boulder. 2-0 to score, top half of the first inning. As the lights have now come on here at Tom Roche Field. Next pitch on the way. Take it for a strike. Throw down to second base. Hildy is in at second base with a stolen base. It was a good throw there by Kowalski, but Hildy, great closing in speed as he now is on at second with with now his stolen base. Now the count is full, 3-2. Here on Derek Woolwine. But another big stolen base there for Chase Hildy. Showing off the speed as well as the power today. Big lead. Next pitch on the way. Way inside for ball 4. I'm not going to say that actually hits him. So that is technically a hit by pitch for Woolwine, but even if it didn't, that would have been ball 4. So hit by pitch for Derek Woolwine. Chase Hildy stays at second. And now that's going to bring up Luke Blackman to the plate. Blackman, the last game here, got 2 hit by pitches, as well as a walk and RBI. Went over 2 fully in the game. And just talking about what Blackman has done so far this season, it comes down to 3 words: hit by pitch. As the next pitch is fouled off, count goes to 0-1. He is so good about just getting on base, whether it be via a hit, via a walk, via the home run, even at that point, which technically not on base, but you know what I mean. But the biggest wave through it has been through the hit by pitch. He's turned it really into an art form so far right now. Is now ready. Again, Knapp looks around at Hildy at second. Next pitch on the way. Another fake steal. This one gets away from the catcher. So both runners will advance on the play. Hildy thinks about going home, but there is no chance he's going to try and take home on that one. So Hildy and Woolwine both advance on the wild pitch. No stolen base on that one, as they did stop here before, after the pitch was thrown. They did that big secondary hop. So now 2 runners in scoring position. So a single from Blackman here could bring in 2 more. 1-1 to count. We're now on Blackman. Next pitch on the way. Misses for ball 2. 2-1 to count. Blackman very much does pride himself on being a good fastball hitter. We were talking with him after his big 2-run home run against Spradley. And he said on that first pitch he was sitting dead red, and he absolutely crushed it to left center field. Now ready, the 2-1 on the way. The high drive into center field. Hartline is there, and he makes the catch for the 3rd and final out. But Boulder gets a couple runs on the board as we now head to the bottom half of the first inning with Boulder 2 and Greeley coming up. Bottom half of the first inning here. Now, as Boulder leads it 2-0, leading off here for the Greeley Grays will be Austin Williams, the shortstop. As now Nick Villims on the bump here for Boulder. First pitch called a strike. This count goes to 0-1. For the Grays, that lineup looks like this. They lead off with Austin Williams, followed up by Mike Mignonia, followed by Marcelo Manrique. Next pitch on the way from Villims is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-2. Spencer Kowalski, the catcher, batting fourth, followed by Ethan Keene in the left. Caleb Kasari is the second base, followed by Parker Ross at third. Brogan Barr is the right fielder, and KJ Hartline is the center fielder, batting ninth. As the next pitch swung on and missed. 3-pitch strikeout there for Nick Villims. And that is 1 out here in the inning. So Nick Villims comes out hot here for Boulder. Here and now will face off against Mike Mignonia. As the next pitch on the way from Villims is a called strike on that outside corner. The count goes 0-1. Got the benefit of the call there from Jared Kennedy. And now, Nick Villims absolutely cruising here in the bottom half of the first inning. 2-0 the score. Next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-2. Defensively for Boulder, you got Blackman, Castellanos, and Hildy in the outfield, left to right. So Check, Hirayama, Jackson, and Woolwine on the infield with the new catcher Crow. Swung on and missed for strike three. Strike three swinging, That's the second strikeout of the inning there for Nick Villims. Shane Crow, by the way, the name of the catcher here. As Mignonia goes and talks to Marcelo Manrique, a little bit about what he saw. And right now, something very rare going on for Nick Villims. If he's able to keep it up here, not going to say too much about it, but could be big here. As Villims, right, first pitch on the way. It's a called strike. Count goes to 0-1. Nick Villims absolutely dealing. Last time we saw him, he didn't have quite the velocity. Today, it looks like he has it in spades. The 6'7" righty. He's ready. Next pitch on the way. Take it for strike two as the count goes to 0-2. Nick Villims out of Evergreen, Colorado, Northeast Community College, wearing number 24 on his back. One strike away from striking outside. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed! The immaculate inning for Nick Villims! He does it on to begin the game. An immaculate inning for Nick Villims. 1, 2, 3. Go the Grays as we now head to the top half of the second inning. Boulder leading at 2-0. Top half of the second inning now, and maybe some big life here for Boulder as Nick Villims in the bottom half of the first inning strikes out this side in an immaculate inning. 3 strikeouts on 9 total pitches. Absolutely beautiful for Nick Villims as now Boulder gets their next chance up as the first at bat here for Shane Crow, the new catcher. Here as the first pitch misses outside. Count goes to 1-0. But also, one thing I found out for Nick Villims here, we had a radar gun down there on the first row, and every one of the pitches that he threw was 90 miles an hour or above. As the next pitch misses high, count goes to 2-0. So talk about a redemption story there for Nick Villims here. I know there's still a lot of ball game left to go, but that is a huge accomplishment, a huge accolade. One Mr. Nick Villims. Next pitch on the way, misses high as the count now goes 3-0 here on Shane Crow with the designated hitter Zane Zenicola standing on deck. Right now, Bryson Knapp here just trying to throw a strike here to Shane Crow. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike on the top part of the zone, and Crow didn't take the bat off his shoulders. This count goes to 3-1. The lights really the sun is just starting to fade a bit more here. Now is the 3-1 on the way. Swung on and missed. As the count now goes full 3-2. Top half of the second inning, Boulder leading at 2-0 here from Tom Roche Field. Next pitch on the way is fouled off. We'll try it again here, 3-2. I'll start with Shane Crow. Before the game here, got to introduce myself to the nice young man there. Shane Crow from Fort Collins, Colorado, attending Colorado Mesa University. And he is so excited to finally be his first game here for Boulder. The payoff on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So a strikeout there to Shane Crow gets things going here in the top half of the second inning. That'll now bring up Zane Zenicola to the dish. So Zenicola, here I talked with him again in between games here. Got the RBI base hit back in the third. Well, the single RBI came earlier for a different reason. And as well as the hit by pitch. So I mean, he was just happy to be getting the reps again. Had to take a little bit of time off as the next pitch on the way. Miss outside on the curve. The count goes to 1-0. But he's just happy to finally get back in, get some reps, and was able to get that base knock last game. Now starting DH as well in this game. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Tries high and outside, does not get the call as the count goes to 2-0. But the temperature cooling down here as well, as now just at an even 70. Here now in Greeley. As now the next pitch on the way from Knapp. Taken high for ball 3. 3-0 the count out to Zenicola with River Jackson, the man on deck. But still, it doesn't mean anything right now for Zenicola. Here as Shane Crow got in the same count and ended up striking out. 3-0 on the way. He's taking for a strike as he took the fastball right down the gut as the count goes 3-1. I want to thank everyone tuning in today on Boulder Collegians YouTube here, whether you be for Greeley or Boulder. We're happy to have you all on the broadcast. As the next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Count runs full now, 3-2. And if you would like to interact with the stream at all, feel free to leave a comment here. A lot of the comments here we're able to highlight here. If you have any questions or you just want to cheer, go ahead and do so. Love to see it. Now ready, full count, 3-2 payoff pitch on the way. Is a ground ball fouled on the third base side, so we'll try it again here at 3-2. We already had a few comments here. A couple from Tammy talking about Ryan Chamberlain, who, by the way, if you're still in on this, I got to talk with Ryan in between the games here, and he did take home the 25 jersey, so maybe that's something to do with it. Next pitch on the way is inside for ball 4, so a big walk there for Zane Zenicola as he gets a long at-bat and ends it off with a walk. So good play discipline for Zenicola, as now that brings up the speedy, smooth River Jackson. Jackson comes up. He flew out to the first baseman in foul territory. Again, that was Marcelo Manrique. Last time, but that was like maybe half a foot from the Boulder dugout. So now, right, next pitch on the way is a curveball that just missed the inside corner. Count goes to 1-0. But for a lot of pitches thrown by Bryson Knapp here in the end, he's gotten into 2 full counts already. One was a strikeout, one was a walk. 38 pitches so far for Knapp on the game. So the Collegians doing a good job making it work. His next pitch, a high drive into deep right field. Going for it now is the right fielder Barr, and he's there and makes the catch for this second out, of the inning. And now that's going to bring up the shortstop, the Hawaiian native, in Hunter Hirayama. Hirayama, his last time up, got on via the single and was able to score off of some, to be fully brutal on this one, some pretty bad defense for Greeley here. A few errors on the play that ended up letting both him and Diego Castellanos score on the play, which is how we have our 2-0 game as you see it. So now Hirayama comes up with 2 outs here in the inning. The next pitch on the way. This is high as the count goes to 1-0. So far, also one thing to note here for Bryson Knapp, he started out every batter this inning for the ball. Including the first 2 batters, he faced both games 3-0 counts before they were officially resolved. Now Knapp ready, taking off on the pitch. The ball is called inside. The throw down gets into center field. That ball went off of the glove of the catch of the second baseman Kasari, and on it, Zane Zinicola gets the stolen base and advances on the throw. So he's now on at third base with 2 outs here in the inning. So 2-0 now the count here on Hunter Hirayama, and the next run for Boulder just 90 feet away. So now Knapp will be working again from the windup. The next pitch on the way to Hirayama. He's taken inside for ball 3, 3-0. Now the count. Batter on deck, Diego Castellanos. Got on via singles last time up. And now Knapp ready. Wearing the same jerseys they wore after game 1. The white on whites next on the way. Let's take it for a strike. As Hirayama was not going to swing the bat on that one. As the count goes 3-1. Right now, Hirayama just waiting for his pitch and wants to drive it. The 3-1 on the way is taken for ball 4, so he works a walk. Second walk of the inning here for Boulder, as now there are runners on at the corners. As that'll bring up the power-hitting outfielder and Diego Castellanos. Castellanos is the owner of the sole Grand Slam on the season. Here, hit the Grand Slam against Bradley the last time in Scott Carpenter Park. Now comes out with 2 runners on and 2 outs. Next pitch on the way. It's a high pop-up, but going foul to the left side. It's down now to 0-1. This is also giving Nick Villims a lot of time just to kind of chill on the bench here after that immaculate inning. I don't know if he even really wants that, given the fact that he's probably so hyped up after the immaculate inning. The fact that he's throwing over 90 per pitch. See how far he goes in today's game. Now right next on the way. Misses way inside, taking off for second. No throw as Hunter Hirayama easily steals second base. And now the runners on at second. They're both in scoring position here for Diego Castellanos as the count goes to 1-1. 2-0 the score. Still no runs in for Boulder in this inning, but the 2 outs have 2 runners on in scoring position. Now ready. He's taking off on the pitch. That ball is that way, and he's out! That was a heck of an effort there by Zane Zinicola, and that will end the inning. So no runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on as we now head to the bottom half of the second. Our score is still 2-0. It's now ready to 1-0. High drive in the deep right field. Going back. Now is McBrew looking up and goodbye baseball.
what a shot there by Alec Martinez as he drives that one out of the ballpark. It is now 10-0 in favor of Boulder. That ball was absolutely crushed. The wind on top of that may have been helping it a little bit, but that ball was...
Bottom half of the second inning now as Nick Villims gets ready to work off of his immaculate inning back in the bottom half of the first inning, 2-0. The score in favor of Boulder. Hello, everyone. I am Alex Clark, your broadcaster for today's games. As the next pitch on the way from Villims, the continued called strike. 10 strikes so far in a row thrown by Nick Villims here. He's only thrown 10 pitches. All of them have been strikes. Next on the way. The ground ball down the third base line, but that one will go foul as the count goes to 0-2. And really, this is absolutely incredible that we're seeing here from Nick Villims. The last time that we saw Villims was not his absolute best here. He had a couple of problems there overall, but still was able to pitch all right. 3 1/3, gave it 5 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, 5 walks, and 1 strikeout. So far, he's already at 3 strikeouts and an 0-2 count. Looking for his fourth. Next on the way. High and inside, and that finally breaks the streak of strikes on this, as now the streak comes to an end at 11, but still amazing nonetheless. 1-2 the count. Next pitch on the way. Misses outside on the off speed. This count goes to 2-2 as you hear a cheer of glee from the Greeley dugout. So now again, Villims ready, standing tall. The righties. 2-2 on the way. Ground ball up the middle, going for his Hirayama, charging, makes the play, goes to first in time. What a play by Hunter Hirayama, as Hunter continues to make everything look easy. What a play by Hirayama, who is so good at making that running play. He has really turned that into his signature. So now that will bring up Ethan Keene to the dish, the left fielder. We didn't see him in game 1. But now Keene gets his first chance to face off against Nick Villims. First pitch now on the way. There's a ground ball over to the third baseman. That's Sobieschek, fields off the third hop, throws to first. The throw is not in time as it pulls wide off of the bag. That's going to be ruled an infield single there for Ethan Keene, and the first base hit given up here by Nick Villims in the game. So 1 out here in the bottom half of the second inning. That's going to bring up Caleb Kasari, excuse me. He was second baseman last game. He's second baseman in this game as well. But now Villims has to work with a runner on base. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. Nick Villims has been absolutely on fire so far through 1 1/3. Next pitch on the way. Fouls it off to the left as the count goes to 0-2. And Nick Villims is 6'7" righty, 225 pounds. An absolute athlete of a man. Next pitch on the way. It's high and outside as the count goes to 1-2. This guy, I was talking about this a little bit before. I was talking with him a little bit while he was warming up for this. He was doing some of the heavy ball workouts. Now ready, the 1-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. That is the 4th strikeout on the day for Nick Villims, and that'll bring up Parker Ross. But I was talking with him, and I had to look up just to see him, and he was very nice. Again, like, even while he was working, he was having a good time talking, and was definitely very pleasant to talk with. Now ready, Ross. The next pitch from Villims is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. So now runner on first base, Ethan Keene got on via a single. First hit given up by Villims today. Now quick pickoff over to first. That one went a little bit wide, but a good field there by Derek Woolwine to keep it in front of him. One thing to note of, as soon as now we have a runner on at first base, I was talking with Shane Crow, the catcher, about his style. He loves to throw the baseballs. Next pitch on the way, it's swung on and missed. A bit of a defensive swing on that one, as I don't think even Ross wanted to swing at the pitch there, but he did. Count goes to 0-2. But Crow loves to throw the baseball, and he's probably looking at doing a lot of back picks, a lot of trying to catch runners stealing. Here, he just loves to be able to throw the ball. Now another pickoff over to first, but nothing doing it. He's able to get back in safely. So with the runner on at first here, I would not be too surprised if we do see a back pick at some point. On to the count here on Ross. Next pitch on the way. It's fouled out to the left side, right side, excuse me, as that is going to find its way into the parking lot, but from the fact I don't hear any car alarms here, I'm willing to bet that there was no damage to any cars in the lot. 0-2, still the count here. Villims trying to end off the inning. 2 outs. 2-0 the score here. Next pitch on the way. A curveball as the ball goes out of the glove of Crow. That is a stolen base here for Ethan Keene. And now the count is 1-2 on Ross. And it looked like on that one, Crow would have had a play, but as he popped up, he had a little trouble corralling the ball from his glove. So now we're ready to go here once more here. 1-2 the count. Here for Villims against Parker Ross. Third baseman. Next pitch on the way is a ground ball. Foul as that one will be just to the right of the Greeley dugout. That one will be fielded by the ball boy, number 11.
You're in front of the camera. Thank you.
I didn't know the camera was in.
Your cat is.
You want to see the back of my head?
Don't worry, it was good. Here we go. Next pitch on the way. Tries outside, does not get the call as the Boulder dugout was screaming for that one to be strike 3 to end the inning, but all plate umpire Jerry Kennedy says otherwise. 2-2 the count. Runner on second. 2 outs. On the second, so 2s are wild. Now ready. Here we go once more. Next pitch from Villims. A high pop of fouls. That'll find its way right by the parking lot again. As the entire audience basically looking over towards the parking lot saying, oh, I hope my car doesn't get hit. I hope my car doesn't get hit. Newsflash, may want to be parked a little farther away from baseball fields. Just a heads up out there. 2-2 the count. Ready, next pitch on the way. Another foul ball into the parking lot, and in each one of those foul balls, insurance rates seem to go up. Not quite sure why. We'll try again. Great fight here for Parker Ross here. Really taking a lot of pitches on the Villims, who is throwing in the 90s. Again, using that huge frame to his advantage. Once again, a quick look over at second. A couple quick looks. Next on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. 5th strikeout on the day for Nick Villims, and that will end the inning. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on as we now head to the top of the third. Boulder leads it 2-0. Top half of the third inning, new pitcher on the mound here for Greeley as Cameron Christensen comes up to pitch here for the Grays. So day is done for Bryson Knapp. Goes 2 innings, goes with 2 hits, 2 runs, neither earned, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Used to be a fan of the number 2. But now it's going to be Cameron Christensen to face off against Dave Castellanos. The first pitch is a called strike. Count goes to 0-1. Castellanos did come up to bat in the last inning here, but his at-bat finished unconcluded after the stolen home attempt for Zane Zanicola as the next pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-1. He had a 1-1 count, so now with these 2 pitches, it basically just means it's a full reset. But now get a new pitcher, Christensen, a righty, facing off against the lefty here as the next pitch taken for a ball as the count goes to 2-1. The Cameron Christensen out of Severance, Colorado, attending Potterville College in California. All right, the next pitch, Castellanos is fouled off right behind home plate as the count now evens at 2-2. Castellanos is 1 for 1 on the day, got a single, and eventually scored on that same at-bat. If errors were on a thing, that would be called an inside the park homer, but unfortunately, errors are a thing. So now, ready, here we go. Next pitch on the way is fouled off to the left side. And we'll try it again here at 2-2. No outs here at top half of the third inning. Boulder leading in a score of 2-0. As both teams are fighting in this game. Next pitch on the way. A curveball misses outside. Runs the count full. Now 3-2 with the man Isaac Sobieschek, the third baseman, standing on deck. So here we go. Once more now again to Castellanos. Next pitch on the way is fouled off, and we'll try it once more. You got to give Boulder a lot of credit here. They have been fighting in these at-bats. You take a look up and down so far the first 2 innings of the lineup card, and there's a lot of full counts. There's a lot of deep counts. They have been fighting for these at-bats. Taking a lot of pitches off of the opposing pitcher. Next on the way. Misses for ball 4, so Castellanos works the walk, and that is the definition of a worked walk there. So he got that one into a full count, got a few foul balls, and was able to keep things going until he finally got that pitch out of the zone. So now that'll bring up Isaac Sobieschek with nobody out and 1 man on. He struck out swinging his last time up. But now he's faced off against the new pitcher in Cameron Christensen. Next pitch on the way. It's a little bit low. A good attempt at a frame job there from Kowalski, but home plate umpire Jerry Kennedy didn't buy it. Count goes to 1-0. But Castellanos on at first does have a good amount of speed. He's a center fielder for these last 2 games. We've seen him play all 3 outfielder spots here. Now he's going for the stolen base. Balls is called a ball. Pitch is called a ball, and the pitch was called a ball. Throw down to second base, not in time. Stolen base there for Diego Castellanos, as he now stands on at second base with no stolen base. The count is now 2-0 here on Isaac Sobieschek. So now we get ready here once more here as Sobieschek ahead in the count. Next pitch on the way. Takes it low as the count goes to 3-0. But anyway, we're just talking about Castellanos' speed and then immediately steals second base. What's going on? So now we're ready once more. Here we go. The next pitch on the way is fouled off to the right side as there's that fouling once again. There was a slight pause there because there were a lot of cars right over there. And if you hear the sound of a dent in a car, you'll also hear the sound of a cha-ching for the insurance companies. So now, again, 3-1 the count here on Sobieschek, who had the green light 3-0. Now right, next pitch on the way. Fouled off again, as there are a lot of baseballs finding their way towards some cars. As the count now runs full again, 3-2, second full count here of the inning. 2-0 the score here, top half of the third inning. Just joining in, while this looks like it's a close game, and it is, missed a lot already, including an immaculate inning from Nick Villims. Next pitch on the way, gets him in the shoulder. Ooh, as Isaac Sobieschek takes the painful way over to first base. And he is hurting on that. That one did not look intentional, obviously. But, man, that one hurts nonetheless. As Sobieschek now stands on at first. Now bring up the right fielder, Chase Hilby. As right now the catcher, Kowalski, taking a second, just going to talk to his guy. Here, giving him, like, hey, just calm down. You got this. Trying to calm down so he doesn't hit any more batters here. Free batters equals free bases, and free bases usually means free runs for the other teams. But good for Boulder right now as they have runners on at first and second for Chase Hilby. Right fielder coming up here, batting lefty. He's a switch hitter. As Coach Wake yelling out some calls for his base runner. So big lead there for Castellanos. Next pitch on the way. Hilly lays down a bunt. It's a good one. That'll work for his job. The throw from the pitcher. Christensen gets out Hildy at first, but it works as a sacrifice. So it won't actually even hurt Hildy's batting average as Castellanos moves to third. And so Sobieschek is now on second base. So with one out, Boulder has two runners on in scoring position for Derek Wolwan. So Wolwan comes out with runners on second and third. Here a chance to drive in some more and extend this 2-0 lead. First pitch on the way. This is high and outside as the count goes to 1-0. But going back to Hildy there for a second here, that's a very selfless move to do. And we've seen the power, we've seen the speed, we've seen the fielding. We've even now seen great bunts from him. He really can do it all. Next pitch on the way. Let's take it for a strike as the count goes to 1-1. So Christensen now against the fourth batter's working as the fourth batter of the inning. Both runners on base advanced or got on base via the walk or the hit by pitch. Next on the way is fouled off to the left side. Goes towards one of the other fields, and now it brings the count out of 1-2 here on Wolwan. Wolwan the lefty facing off against the righty in Christensen. Two runners on, 1-2 the count. Now Christensen looks in, gets the sign here from Kowalski. Tries to get another one. Here, doesn't like it. Finally gets one he likes. It's now set. The next pitch on the way is low, and that almost gets Wolwine there as the count now goes to 2-2. As there was a look there that might have been a hit by pitch, but looks like they're able to get back in just fine. But umpire there, Jared Kennedy, says that it did not hit him, at least before the bounce. So now, once again, here we go. Christensen gets the sign from Kowalski. The 2-2. Take it for ball three. Another full count here. Every batter that has gone past the first pitch so far in this inning has worked into a full count. 24 pitches so far right now. 20 pitches, excuse me. All right, next on the way. Swung on and missed for strike three, and that is an out. Here, the second out of the inning here for Boulder. And now with two men on, that'll bring up left fielder in Luke Blackman. Walking up to the mound. He looks confident, looks ready. Maybe looking for a first pitch fastball to drive in the left center field. That's exactly what he did against Bradley. Not the same kind of situation, but he likes to hit fastball. Next pitch on the way. Misses low as the count goes to 1-0. On the game so far, it is 0-for-1 with a fly out to the center fielder here in Hartline. But now with runners on at second and third. Shane Crow, the man on deck, taking some big swings. So now, right, next on the way. In the dirt, great pick there by Kowalski as the count goes to 2-0. Right now, Luke Blackman hit the second homer on the season here for Boulder. Next on the way, misses high as the count runs to 3-0. And honestly, with Blackman's power, he might have to go ahead 3-0 here if he gets one that he likes. But I'm not quite sure. He's also shown how patient he can be. So he may just be taking this one full away. We'll see. So now 3-0 on the way. He does have the green light, but swings and misses through it as the count goes to 3-1 now. Diego Castellanos, the man on at third. Isaac Sobieschek, the man at second. They advanced on the sack bunt by Chase Hildy, and then Derek Woolwine struck out. 3-1 the count. Here for Christensen. Next pitch on the way is taken for ball 4. Bases are full of Collegians without a single hit. And now a big spot here for the new Collegian in Shane Crow. So Crow struck out swinging his last time up, but that was against Bryson Knapp. This is his first time to see against Cameron Christensen. Runner on at third, Castellanos, Sobieschek on at second, Blackman on at first. The next pitch on the way is taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. A lot of speed on the base paths. Here are a couple of outfielders. And also Sobieschek. Next pitch on the way. This is low, but a great pick there by Kowalski to keep the ball in front of him. The count goes to 1-1. Speed on at third there in Diego Castellanos. That ball got by, and that probably would have been another run in for Boulder. So gotta give props to the catcher there in Spencer Kowalski. Right now, again, Christensen's set, ready to fire. This is outside and low. Another block there by Kowalski brings the count to 2-1. Tension is mounting here at Tom Roche Field. Here as Boulder leads at 2-0 here in the top half of the third inning. Bases loaded, full of Collegians. Ready now, Christensen. The next pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled into the glove of Kowalski. And now the count is 2-2. Score 2-0 here in favor of Boulder. Another 2 runs in the first inning. Has not been any of the scoring since. Shane Crow trying to change that. As now the pitcher Christensen steps off the rubber for just a moment to compose himself. Is now ready once again. Trying to get the sign from Kowalski. He does. He's now set. Runners on. 2-2. Next pitch. Low in the dirt for ball 3. Full count 3-2. So runners will be taking off on the pitch. Nowhere left to put a dot on the scoreboard. 3-2 the count. Bases loaded here in the top half of the third. Christensen set. The pitch now to Crow. It's fouled off and we'll do it again. The tension absolutely mounting here for Boulder. As Crow only his second at bat now with Boulder. Catcher in this game, Steven Lukasevich, was the catcher in game 1 of the doubleheader. Be a great time for Crow's first Boulder hit. Right now the payoff. In the dirt for ball 4, so he gets an RBI after the walk. There drives in Castellanos, and now it's 3-0 in favor still of Boulder. Diego Castellanos scores, Sobieschek moves to third, and Luke Blackman is now on at second. And now that'll bring up Zane Zinicola, who walked back in the second inning. Was the first walk of Bryson Knapp, excuse me. First pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike as the count goes to 0-1. For Boulder now with a lead of 3-0 over the Greeley Grays. Looking in now again, ready the next pitch. Low for ball 1, levels it out now at 1-1. As now the ball gets away from the pitcher, scoring for third on the play is Sobieschek. So that is an error here. I'm not quite sure on who for that one. I'm going to say that's an error on the catcher. So I'm going to say that is going to be an error on the catcher here in Kowalski as the next pitch taken for a ball. Count goes to 0-1. Sobieschek scores. It's now 4-0 with Boulder ahead. But he scores on the E2. So now ready once more here. 2 runners on still, taking off on the pitch. Swung on, the ball is high. There's no swing on the play, and it's a double steal there for Boulder. So Luke Blackman takes third base, and Shane Crow gets his first Boulder stolen base there. And now runners on at second and third with a 3-1 count. Just driving even more. Scores now 4-0. Next pitch on the way. Misses inside as that is ball 4, and now the bases once again are full of Collegians as Zane Zinicola gets his second walk of the game in as many tries. But now 4-0 to score here as that'll bring up River Jackson with the bases loaded. So River Jackson so far has flew out twice. Here, one to the first baseman and once to the right fielder. And now here, Karen Christensen is letting 2 runs now on the inning. Next pitch on the way is taken for a strike. Down goes to 0-1. 8th batter to come to the dish here is River Jackson. So looking for his first hit. They get a home run back at the first game of the doubleheader as there's still a little bit of wind blowing in from center field. Here we go. Next pitch on the way is fouled off to the right side. And that one almost hit a car again, but that one, I'm not sure what stopped that ball. That one was on a course trajectory right towards a moving car to the right side. The count's now 0-2 for River Jackson. Now ready, here we go once more. Next pitch on the way is taken high for ball 1. Count goes to 1-2. Misty chiming in with a big cheer. Love to see it. So now here we go once again. 1-2 the count here on Jackson. The next pitch on the way is swung on and missed for strike 3. And that will finally end the inning. But 2 more runs come across for Boulder as they now lead it 4-0 heading into the bottom half of the third. Bottom half of the third inning here as Greeley now trailing 4-0 here to your Boulder Collegians as Brogan Barr will lead off here, the right fielder, batting 8th in the lineup. Facing off against Nick Villims, who's faced just 1 over the minimum. So far already 5 strikeouts for Villims in the game. Next pitch on the way. Just misses a little bit high. The count goes to 1-0. Nick Villims already made a huge mark on this game in the bottom half of the first inning, pitched an immaculate inning. 3 strikeouts, 3 pitches each. As the next on the way is taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-1. And on top of it, all of those pitches were at or over 90 miles an hour. So Villims really having a great rebound start. The next on the way. This is for ball 1. That one will get away from the catcher Crow as the count goes to 2-1. Right now, Brogan Barr, the man at the dish. Brogan Barr out of Eaton, Colorado, attending Garden City Community College. The pitch on the way is driven into right center field. Going for it is Castellanos, and that one's going to fall in for a leadoff base hit. He fields that one off of a hop. Second base hit now today given up by Nick Villims. As now Brogan Barr will now stand on it for us as KJ Hartline comes up. We saw Hartline back at the first game as a courtesy runner for the catcher in Seppi Salvatore. First pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Looks like that was more of a defensive swing than anything. As the count goes to 0-1. So now here we go, ready once more. Here, next pitch taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-2. Runner on first base, Brogan Barr. Here now as Nick Villims quickly ahead against Hartline. Next pitch on the way. Tries the outside corner and gets the call. 6th strikeout on the day for Nick Villims. And now there's one out here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Boulder leading at 4-0, and that will bring up the number 9 hitter, the number 1 hitter in Austin Williams, wearing number 99 on his back. So Williams was the first strikeout victim of Nick Villims. Next pitch on the way. High and tight. Misses that one for ball 1. Count goes to 1. And he definitely still has the velocity here. So 47 pitches now as the next pitch in from Austin Williams as they call it. Strike count goes to 1-1. But Villims has been absolutely tearing as the next pitch, a slider misses outside, but a great grab there by Crow to keep it in front of him and to keep the runner at first, but he's counting out 2-1. But if you're Crow right now, you've got to be kind of like, you're being thrown into the fire here. This next pitch on the way is swung on and missed as the count now goes to 2-2. You're thrown into the fire because right now you're having to catch your first game with the team. Nick Villims, who's throwing over 90, and in the first inning is going over a huge career accomplishment. His next pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. 2 straight strikeouts now for Nick Villims, and now that's going to bring the DH, Mike Minonian. So Minonian is over 1 again, a strikeout. The second strikeout of the immaculate inning for Villims. This next pitch is driven down the right field line. That one's hooking foul. So that brings the count now to 0-1. 4-0 the score here. Boulder having the lead here in Greeley. Right now their record 11-1. If they win this one, if the score holds, I should say, they'll improve to 12-1 on the season. They're having an absolutely incredible streak. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. That was a powerful hack there by Magnolia. But right now, Villims trying to get his 3rd strikeout in a row. Next one, he does just that. Swung on and missed for strike 3. And that will end the 8 strikeouts. All right for Nick Villims as we now head to the top of the 4th. 4-0 is the score. Top half of the fourth now as Boulder leads at 4-0, leading off here for the Collegians. The one man who did not come up to the dish in the third inning, and that would be the Hawaii native in Hunter Hirayama, who's 1 for 1 on the day with a single, a walk, and a stolen base, as well as a run scored. So face off here against Cameron Christensen. The first pitch taken for a strike on the fastball. Count goes to 0-1. I want to thank everyone currently watching in on YouTube. Your support for the Collegians is deeply, deeply appreciated. We get to bring baseball action to your homes as the next pitch on the way. Misses high. Count goes to 1-1. And we hope to keep delivering great content here for you for the rest of the season and beyond. Showcase off these amazing kids that play for the Boulder Collegians. Now the 1-1. Swung on and missed as the count goes to 1-2 on Hunter Hirayama here against Cameron Christensen. Hirayama here, very rarely do you ever see him actually behind the count. He's really good about trying to get bat on ball. 4-0 the score. Next pitch on the way. It's in the dirt, gets by the catcher Kowalski, brings the count now even 2-2. This so far has been a great game here. It's actually a lot closer, in my opinion, than what the scoreboard shows right now, as it's really just been a battle of taking advantage of mistakes. Next pitch, now here from Christensen. Swung on and missed for strike 3. 2 straight strikeouts now for Cameron Christensen as Hunter Hirayama has to make his way back to the dugout here. That'll bring up Diego Castellanos. Castellanos has now technically appeared in every inning of this game. Here, in the first inning, he got a single, would eventually score in that same. It was like before the expiry even came up due to the couple of errors on the play. First pitch now on the way to 2. Castellanos is taken for a ball. Count goes to 1-0. The second inning, he was going to hit until Zane Zinicola, with a 1-1 count, tried to steal home and was called out. So then he led off the third inning, and now he's here in the fourth. Next pitch on the way. So a little flare into shallow left field. This could be a base hit. Going for it is the shortstop there, Williams, and he can't get it. That's going to be a base hit. The second single of the day for Diego Castellanos. This time he'll have to stay on at first base. But that's a 1-out single for Diego. And now that will bring up Isaac Sobieschek, who's 0 for 1. A strikeout, a hit by pitch, and a run scored. 4-0 the score, top half of the fourth inning. Boulder with the lead. As right now, Cameron Christensen trying to keep this little streak he has going. Next pitch on the way, misses outside. Count goes to 1-0. By that streak, I basically mean that he's been really good at trying to avoid these big runs coming in. Going back even to the third inning, yes, 3 runs came in, but one of those was on an error from the catcher, and another was from the walk, but he still left the bases loaded. After the strikeout there, River Jackson, next pitch on the way is a hit and run. Dave down the right field line. Going back for it is Barr, as he will not be able to make, he will be able to make the grab. I didn't think he was able to get there in time, but he does. A great running catch there for Brogan Barr. And that is the second out of the inning as Diego Castellanos has to retreat back to first. And now there's 2 outs here in the inning, and that'll bring up the right fielder, Chase Hildy. So a beautiful play there for Brogan Barr. As now Hildy comes up. He is 0 for 1. First pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. He got out via an error and stole a base back in the first inning and then dropped down a sacrifice bunt back in the third. It would help with scoring one of the runs. Now Hildy, next pitch on the way. Taking for a ball to throw down to second base. Trying to get Castellanos, and he gets him! Diego Castellanos caught stealing, and that will end the inning. So Chase Hildy will lead off the fifth. We now head to the bottom of the fourth. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on. And on conventional 1-2-3, we now head to the bottom of the fourth. 4-0 is the score. Bottom half of the fourth inning here. Boulder leads at 4-0 here as Nick Villims gets ready for his fourth inning of work here as he will face off against Marcelo Manrique. Manrique was the last strikeout of the immaculate inning back in the first inning. So now Marcelo gets his next chance against Villims' next pitch. This is high for ball one. Count goes to 1-0. 4-0 the score here with Boulder ahead. Here's bottom half of the fourth inning. Next pitch on the way from Villims. It's a high pop-up into foul territory. This one not playable, but into the stands it goes. That one sounded like it hit a car. And there's a car park that now the insurance companies are starting to see dollar signs. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a PSA now for do not park near a baseball field if you can avoid it. Next pitch on the way. It's taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-2 now. There's the reason why I always try to make sure I park from as far away as possible. It's worth the walk to not have to pay several $100s of damages. Next on the way. Another pop-up. Same direction. Oh, just avoids it. You can hear the collective sigh from everyone as that one does not make contact. The one that did make contact, though, that was solid contact. That was Hunter Hirayama level of solid contact. Now ready, 1-2. Next pitch on the way is a high drive into shallow right field. But Hildy has a read on it, trying to find it. He's there, and he makes the catch over his left shoulder for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring us Spencer Kowalski. One thing to make a quick note of here is that we are now playing under the lights here. The first game started well in the sunshine, beautiful day, about 75 degrees. We are now 66 degrees underneath the lights, so trying to find the baseball sometimes might be a bit hard. But the stadium is well lit. But it was a good play by Hildy. Next pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. Nick Villims absolutely dominating in this game so far. Again, his last time up, he really struggled against Spradley. Next pitch on the way. Misses for ball one, 1-1 to count. Again, 3 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 6 runs, only 5 earned, 5 walks, 1 strikeout. Today so far, he has only ever faced 4 or less hitters in an inning so far. He's absolutely dominating, no walks. His next pitch, a high pop-up into shallow right field as River Jackson calling everyone off there. He gets back into the infield dirt, and he makes the catch for the second out of the inning. And now that'll bring up Ethan Keene to the dish. But Villims here has been playing some great baseball, has been pitching extremely well, has the velocity working, has the fastball working, has even been mixing a few breaking balls in there. So now we'll see how he faces off here against Ethan Keene. We got the first base hit off of him back in the second inning. First pitch is taken for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Bottom half of the fourth inning, Boulder is ahead 4-0. The second game of the doubleheader. All right, next pitch on the way. It swung on him. His count goes to 0-2, and Nick Villims might be trying to get a little revenge against Keene, who again got the first hit off him back in the second inning. Final score of the previous game, 12-5. Next pitch on the way, misses high and outside. Try to get him chase on the high fastball, but Keene is able to leave off of it. Count goes to 1-2. Villims trying to get the third out of the inning right here. Next pitch on the way is a high pop-up right above the press box here. And I was waiting for any sort of a thump to see if it was going to go off of us here, but looks like everyone's fine. Keeps the count right where it's at, 1-2. With nobody on, 2 outs here in the inning. 1-2 the count. Villims versus Keene. Next pitch on the way. A curveball that drops in for strike 3. As on that one, Keene can't do anything but look at it. What a curveball there by Nick Villims, and that will end the inning. 1-2-3. Go the Grays. Here on the fourth, we head to the fifth inning. Score 4-0. You are watching today's game on Boulder Collegians YouTube. Top half of the fifth inning now, as Boulder still ahead 4-0 as Chase Hildy ready to lead things off here for the Collegians. First pitch now on the way for Christensen is led into deep left field. Going for it is Keene. He's there and makes the catch. So one pitcher and one out here for Christensen in the inning. And that'll now bring up Derek Woolwine. So Hildy did come up to bat in the fourth, but that was cut short due to the stolen base attempt there for Deo Castellanos. There, but now Derek Woolwine gets ready. First pitch on the way. Misses high, goes out of the glove of Kowalski. As the count now goes to 1-0. But really the story of today has been Nick Villims. Absolutely dominating outing. We'll see if he comes back out for the fifth. But so far has easily destroyed the strikeout record for a single game so far. As the next pitch taken for ball 2. Count goes to 2-0. Previously held by TJ Newman at 8, is Nick Villims already at 9. TJ Newman had an amazing outing his last time out. As the next pitch taken for a ball, count goes to 3-0. But this is another funky stat here. In every inning so far, Nick Villims has struck out at least one. But even more than that, he has struck out. Next pitch on the way, misses for ball 4. So Derek Woolwine works a 1-out walk here in the fifth inning. That'll bring up Luke Blackman to the dish. First inning strikes out 3. Second inning strikes out 2. Third inning strikes out 3. Fourth inning was his worst inning, going 1-2-3 with 1 strikeout. You hate to see it. No, this Villims has been absolutely shoving today. Now runner on first base here for Luke Blackman. That's the next pitch on the way. It's a high pop-up. That one's going foul. May stay in the stands. Here as the count goes 0-1. 4-0 the score here, top half of the fifth inning. Feel free to interact with the stream if you would like to go, whether it's going on cheering on a player, wanting to ask a question, anything like that. We love having people comment on the stream. Now, right next on the way is taken a little bit high. Does not miss by much. The count now goes to 1-1. Luke Blackman, 1 on the game so far with a walk and a stolen base back in the third. Flew out to end the first inning over to the center fielder at Hartline. So he calls time, gets himself ready before stepping back into the box. Now, ready, look over to first, next pitch on the way. High, and almost gets him as Blackman has to move his head on that one. Count goes to 2-1. Luke Blackman, again, like we were talking about earlier, has really turned the hit by pitch into an art form. He has been hit more than any player on the Collegians team. And there's really no reason. Next pitch on the way, misses outside. Count goes to 3-1 here. I was talking with a couple of people, a couple of players during the intermission between the two games, saying that he is so good about getting hit by pitch. He crowds the plate. You're making the pitchers get a little bit worried. If they try to work inside, they may give him a free pass, and he's willing to deal with the pain. Next pitch on the way, it's fouled off to the right side as the count now runs full 3-2. As a car got hit on that foul ball. Again, more PSAs. Do not park near the ballpark. Make sure you have covering or are adequately far enough away. And Luke Blackman now with a full count here. Next pitch on the way. Misses for ball 4. 2 straight walks here for Cameron Christensen as Derek Woolwine will make his way over to second base. Now the count. Well, excuse me, there's no count yet. The new hitter is Shane Crow. Comes up for his next chance. He walked. Teddy also got an RBI off of the walk, too, and stole a base as part of the big double steal there with Luke Blackman, who's now on that first base. So he's over 1. He'll strike out and a walk. Trying to get his first Collegians hit. The first pitch on the way. Misses just a little bit high as the count goes to 1-0. But I also want to say, I talked to Crow just earlier today, and he was very nice. I'll say that very much. As soon as his name was called, here, next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-1. I was introduced to him, and he immediately came out, wanted to shake the hand, and we had a nice little conversation. Nice young man. So now runners on at first and second with one out here in the fifth. Christensen ready. Again, gets the sign. Next pitch on the way is in the dirt. A great block there by Kowalski. The ball in front of him, so no runners advance, but the counter now goes to 2-1. One out here in the top half of the inning. There's basically no sunlight left anymore. As when we started this game, it was a bright blue sky, and now it is pitch black except for the lights from the light towers. Is now that's going to be a pitch gets by the catcher and Kowalski, and both runners will advance on the wild pitch. Derek Wollwine moves to third, and Luke Blackman moves on to second. There as the count now goes to 3-1 on Shane Crow. So the offense continuing to work off of mistakes. So now here we go. Ready to go. Looking in again is Christensen. Runners on second and third. One out. Next pitch on the way. It shows bunt. Crow lays it down. It's a little bit of air on it, so nobody's able to run. But now there's an issue with base running here, as there is. What did they call over at first?
Safe.
They called him safe on at first, so that's going to be a base hit for Shea Crow. I mean, if that's the way to get your first base hit, then you know what? That a ways away, I guess. So now the bases are a little bit on the plate. What I was more like concerned about is that Blackman was on his side. He was practically at third base, had to go back because on the play, Wollwine did not go home. So that's technically a single for Shane Crow, and now Zane Zenicola gets his next chance here. He's over 0 with a couple of walks as well as a stolen base. Next pitch swung on and missed. Had a big hack on that one. So the count goes to 0-1. Again, here's Zane Zenicola. He missed a little bit of time. Here's now back in the line, and next pitch on the way. Tries the outside part of the zone on the fastball. Does not get the call. Count goes to 1-1. Next games for Boulder here are going to be on Thursday the 20th against Mile High. Away games at 2 and 4:30. As the next pitch misses high as the count goes to 2-1. I'm also being informed that there's also going to be a game this Saturday. It's a home game, a 9-inning game at 5 p.m., so make sure you tune in for those as well. So now ready, here we go. Runners on second and third. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 2. As the count now runs mirrored at 2-2. So right now, once more, here we go. Bases loaded, full of Collegians. Next pitch on the way is fouled off to left side. That one finds its way towards the school. We'll try again here, 2-2. As Zane Zenicola has been fighting in each one of his at-bats. Now, there have been no less than 5 pitches thrown per, which right now, in his third trip to the dish, means 15 pitches alone by one hitter. That is impressive. And that's at the minimum. There was more than that as the 2-2. Misses outside. Count runs full. 3-2. 3-2 with one out here in the fifth. So I want to thank you all for tuning in here today. The Boulder Collegians baseball here on Boulder Collegians YouTube. 4-0 the score here. Top half of the fifth inning. Over at third base is Wollwine. Luke Blackman at second. Shane Crow at first. As now time is called by Zenicola. See if he needs to take a second to regroup just a little bit. But we'll try it again here once more as home plate umpire Jared Kennedy puts the ball back in play. Base full of Collegians. The payoff on the way is lined into right field. Going for it is the right fielder bar. He can't get it. That's a base hit. All the runners will advance one bag, but now there's a play at the plate. The tag is not going to be able to be done as Kowalski loses the ball, and that is a 2 RBI single for Zane Zenicola. And now Boulder leads it 6-0 here in the top half of the 5th inning. Scoring on the play, there is Derek Woolwine as well as Luke Blackman, as Shane Crow also moves over to third on the play. So now runners up the corners for the Collegians here in the 5th. Now I'll bring up River Jackson up to the dish. This is also technically continuing a trend that we see so far in this game, where Boulder has scored 2 runs every other inning, starting with the first. They now lead at 6-0. Next pitch on the way to River Jackson. Takes high for ball 1 as the count goes to 1-0. Jackson on the day, not having his best game at the plate, is 0 for 3 with a couple of flyouts and a strikeout. But he had a really good first game. They're getting his first homer on the season back in the 5th inning. Next pitch on the way. High pop-up, but foul. This one may stay within the stands, as that one does find the street. And no ding, so no car damage on that one as the count now goes to 1-1. There was a ding there, but that was from a fan, not from a baseball. Runner on at third base, Shane Crow. Zane Zenicola, the man on at first. 6-0 the score, top half of the 5th inning. As Cameron Christensen looks in, gets a sign from Kowalski, the 1-1. Taking off from first to second is on the play Zane Zenicola, as he will steal second base on that one. That was not a defensive indifference, as the ball got underneath the glove of Kowalski. That is a stolen base there for Zenicola. That is his second stolen base on the game. And now, with a 2-1 count, River Jackson has a chance to drive in some more runs here. They drive in 2. We may be playing with a mercy as the next pitch on the way gets away from the catcher. Coming home from third is Crone. He will score standing up. It is 7-1 now in favor of Boulder. As now Zane Zenicola goes over to third base. Count is 3-1. But like I was just talking about with the mercy rule on this, we see that it's 8 after 5. So it is very much potentially in play, as now we have a quick time call from the coach here, and we'll see if he's going to bring in a new pitcher here mid-count. But he's bringing in the entire infield here. It looks like he's going to keep with his pitcher here. We'll take this going here. Thanks over for sponsors for today's game. I'd like to thank Alpine Bank, being a proud sponsor. Boulder, followed up with Hazel's Beverage World, and WK Real Estate. Thank you all for being proud sponsors of your Boulder Collegians. It looks like we will have a new pitcher on the mat, so we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we will have a new pitcher here for Greeley.
It's now ready, the 1-0. High drive in the deep right field. Going back. Now is McBroom looking up, and goodbye, baseball. What a shot there by Alec Martinez as he drives that one out of the ballpark. It is now 10-0 in favor of Boulder. That ball was absolutely crushed. The wind on top of that may have been helping it a little bit, but that ball was hit about as hard as you could hit it. And Alec Martinez, it's 11-0 as there are 2 runners on base here. So Hildy will score, Castellanos will score, and it is a 3 RBI home run for Alec Martinez.
All right, new pitcher in as Bradley Feeser gets ready to pitch here for Greeley. So day is done for Cameron Christensen, but book is not yet closed. He's still responsible for the runner on at third as the first pitch It's a called strike here, but remember, he's inheriting the count as well for Cameron Christensen, so that's at now a full count, 3-2. Only one out here in the inning. Now is Feezer, the tall righty. Next pitch on the way is a drive into right field. Going for it is Barr. He looks, he makes the catch, tagging from third. Now is Zinicola. The throw to the plate is not in time. Head first slide for Zane Zinicola, and that is a sac fly here. Sac fly to the left fielder. And now it's 8-0 in favor of Boulder. And that'll bring a Hunter Hirayama to where now the sacrifice fly, actually not sacrifice fly, excuse me, the mercy rule may be in effect. We will see as that'll bring a Hunter Hirayama. Hunter Hirayama on the game, 1 to a single, a walk, a run scored, and a stolen base. So now nobody on. Next pitch on the way, misses high as the count now goes to 1-0. So you can now officially close the book on. Close the book here on Christensen. 8 runs, 5 earned. Next pitch on the way through 5 strikeouts and get us 9 walks. 9 walks. The next pitch is fouled off. Count goes to 1-1. So now with 2 outs, 1-1 the count here. Bradley Feezer, the next pitch. Misses outside as the count goes to 2-1. Bradley Feezer out of Cheyenne, Wyoming from Barton Community College. And 6'6", 255 pounds. Definition, big boy as the 2-1. Gets the inside corner on the fastball. The count now goes to 2-2. We also have an update for you Boulder fans here on the game that is going to be played this Saturday at home here within the friendly confines at Scott Carpenter Park. There will be a 9-inning game, 5 p.m. against Diamond Club Baseball. Make sure you can check that here on the stream here at Boulder Collegians Baseball on YouTube as the next pitch is fouled off. Gets the count right where it's at, 2-2. So Hunter Hirayama here, his 4th time up in the dish in this game. But right now, 8-0 is the score in favor still of Boulder, but the 8 after 5 Mercer rule may still be in effect. We'll see eventually as the next pitch on the way is lined into left field. Going for it is Keene. He's there, and he makes the catch for the 3rd and final out. But Boulder gets 5 more runs here in the inning as they now lead it 8-0. We going into the bottom half of the 5th inning. You are watching today's game on Boulder Collegians YouTube. All right, bottom half of the 5th inning. Nick Villims ready now to go into his 5th inning of work. Here, 8-0 the score in favor of Boulder. As Caleb Kasari has the first pitch swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. But Caleb Kasari on the day struck out to Villims back in the second. He's 0 for 1. Next pitch on the way. Gets the outside corner on the fastball and gets the call from Kennedy as the count goes to 0-2 now. Right now, ready. Next on the way. Tries fastball outside again. Maybe trying to give him a chase. But Kasari able to hold off on it. His count goes to 1-2. The light pole is really providing all of the light right now. You know, we finally actually had to turn the light on in the booth here because we could not see anything for a bit. Next pitch on the way. Misses outside. Count goes to 2-2. But honestly, you can even see on the stream right now, the lights do a really good job making a beautiful scene here for today's ball game between Boulder and Greeley. Now ready to go once more. The next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. That's 10 punch-outs on the day here for Nick Villims, who continues to dominate here. And now that'll bring up Parker Ross to the dish. It's theoretically possible now at this point. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Theoretically possible that not everyone on the Greeley lineup will even get 2 full at-bats in this game. Not saying it's going to happen, but it's possible. Now we have a ground ball right back to Villims and fields it about as nonchalantly as you can. Throws the first in time for the out as he loved that one more than if it was at the Wimbledon. So now with 2 outs, that'll now bring up Brogan Barr to the plate, who got a single back in the 3rd inning. Was one of only 2 hits given up by Villims. The other one by the left fielder Ethan Keene. So now Villims ready with nobody on and 2 outs. 8-0 the score. Next pitch on the way. This is high as the count now goes to 1-0. Nobody on, 2 outs. 8-0 the score here. Bring up Boulder trying to end this game early, get going on the road as next pitch misses for ball 2, 2-0 the count. When I was talking to Villims earlier, he said he was excited to pitch underneath the lights, but also said he just wants to be over quickly, get a mercy rule victory just so that he can get onto his 2-hour drive home. The next pitch misses for ball 3, 3-0 the count. I just hate to be a bit of a bearer of bad news for him, but even though he's wants to get home early, I'm still going to interview him after the game because this is an absolutely incredible performance from Villims. Now, right, next pitch. This is high. The first walk of the game given up by Nick Villims is against Brogan Barr. As now he will now be on at first base today. As Brogan Barr, the number 8 hitter, has been kind of the kryptonite to Nick Villims today. 1 for 1 with a single and a walk. But now that'll bring up KJ Hartline. Next pitch on the way is a strike. Count goes to 0-1. So now here we go once more. Next pitch on the way. Tries outside corner, gets the call from Jared Kennedy as the count now quickly 0-2, and Villiams won't strike away from any of this ball game. But here we go once more. Next pitch on the way. Outside, now throw down to second base for Crow, and it goes into center field. So a stolen base there for Brogan Barr as he now gets into second base with his stolen base. This is the first stolen base of the game here for Greeley. So his second stolen base of the game for Greeley as Ethan Keene also stole second base. Down now 1-2 here on Heartline as right now Barr represents the, quote, the mercy run. His next pitch misses high. Count goes to 2-2. If that run comes in, we'll go to the 6th. If not, we'll probably be ending it here. Because right now, both dugouts getting their players heated up here. Next on the way is in the dirt. The other one's going to get away from the catcher, Crow. Advancing to the third on the play is Barr, and now he is 90 feet closer off the wild pitch. 3-2 now, a full count here for Villims. Trying to end this game right here, right now. 8-0 the score, bottom half of the 5th inning. Villims, you can only see where he's at. He's always got those bright yellow cleats. Like he's playing for the Savannah Bananas. 3-2, next pitch. It's called strike 3, looking, and that's your ball game. As KJ Hartline disagrees with the call as he had already thrown his bat ready to walk. It's now Hardline talking with home plate umpire Jerry Kennedy, but it doesn't mean much as that is the end of the game. What an amazing game for Nick Villims and the Boulder Collegians as they take this one, both games of the doubleheader. They now improve to 12-1 on the season. They have played some amazing baseball, 11-1 on the season. There we go. We are going to take a break here. When we come back, we will have interviews here from Chase Hildy and Nick Villims. You are watching today's baseball action here on YouTube for the Boulder Collegians YouTube page. Once again, final score here, 8-0 after 5 here. I'm now joined by Chase Hildy. Congratulations on 2 great wins today.
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk about that first game. You now lead the team in homers. That is I'm going to be honest with you, with your toolkit, again, you're good power, you got great power, but you're mostly known for your speed. But talk a little bit about what you were seeing, because you were mashing the ball today.
I was just sitting fastball and ran into one, Felt good. Felt good at the plate today.
You've also been playing a bunch of defensive positions recently. You've been playing second base. You've been playing everyone in the outfield. Where do you feel most comfortable?
I like playing any of them. I played a lot of infield, but I've been playing outfield lately just to switch it up a little bit.
I respect it, especially with the speed that you have. You can really cover a lot of distance at any way from there. In the first game here again, you had probably one of the weirdest score boxes I think I've seen here again. You went 2 for 2 with a home run, a single, a couple runs scored, as well as 2 walks and a hit by pitch. Talk to me. You were really seeing a lot of things going on. Tell me a little bit about what you were seeing at the pitch.
So, a little bit slower pitching today. Just trying to see pitches, see a ball that I can hit, see a ball that I can hammer, and luckily got a couple today.
Apologize for the shake it came here. The wind started to pick back up again. Speaking of the wind as well, when you got your home run, it almost felt like it was meant to be because we had wind coming in towards home plate the entire game, but when you came up for that home run, the wind just stopped. And I'm like, okay, maybe something's going to happen here. Sure enough, the home run by you on that one. So this is also your second home run where it didn't even look like you got all of it. Like, you hammered it out, obviously, but talk to me. Were you looking for anything specific in that at-bat, or did you just go with what you had and then be able to drive it out?
So, I was up in the count. I think it was a 2-1 count or 2-0.
I have it right here. Yeah, it was a 1-1 count.
1-1 count. Okay, so I was sitting fastball. He was hanging the breaker, and luckily I got a fastball right down the middle that I could hammer.
So, okay, now you're now the team leader in homers. How many more are we expect to see from you in the very near future?
I don't know. Hopefully more, though.
Good. All right, Chase, thank you so much for joining me here today. I appreciate you, boss.
Thank you.
All right, that was Chase Hildy here of the Boulder Collegians, and I have one more special guest. Come on up here. You knew I was going to get him to talk. Here is Nick Villims. Nick, how you doing, boss?
Oh, I'm living the dream.
All right, we got to talk about it.
Yeah.
Immaculate inning in the bottom of the first. Well, you were working with a new catcher, Shane Crow. To my knowledge, you two have not worked together in a game situation yet, correct? So talk to me about what you were feeling during that. Like, did you have an idea this was going on, and were you trying to go for it?
I think it was more or less just trying to hit my spots and trying to hit the zone a little bit more consistently because last game was a little bit shaky. So getting back and throwing more strikes and just trying to nail the zone instead of always going for Ks, just go for more or less just backs to the ball.
You say you're not going for Ks, yet you set the now Boulder record this season for strikeouts in one game. Previously was held by TJ Newman with 8. You smashed the record by getting 11 today. Talk to me about what was working. You had the fastball going. You had the breaking ball working. What was going on for you, bud?
I think the fastball was definitely my most effective pitch, the 4-seam and the 2-seam. I threw a few sliders, a few curveballs that were able to break into the zone, but really just focusing on just trying to hit spots basically and getting out.
There was one curveball you threw that was absolutely disgusting. I think it was the one to Zach Guntle in excuse me, not to Zach Guntle. That was the one, I believe, to Ethan Keene back in the 4th. Yeah. You had a curveball that started out, it looked like it was like 2 feet above his head and finished right over the zone. Yeah. Did you feel anything different with that curveball? Did you change up anything on that? Because that was absolutely nasty.
No, just trying to get it over the zone, really thinking of just reaching out and hitting my spot there. Since I'm a little bit of a bigger gentleman, it's a little bit easier to start it high to get it down low, but really just trying to place it where I can.
So there's a little bit of a large show, 6'7", and I had to look up to you when we did our interview earlier. No, absolutely amazing outing from you as well. And one last thing I do want to talk about a little bit. You were radar gun during the first inning at every single one of those pitches was at 90 or above. Talk to me a little bit about how your velocity has been working, especially since the last game in Spradley.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will say I came back from an injury from last year, so messed up my forearm a little bit, so it's starting to finally come back, which is great news. Just really trying to use my body mostly to get it the way I can.
Definitely. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming in there. You had an amazing game. Hope we're going to see more of them in the near future.
Appreciate it, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That was Nick Villims here as, again, finals. Again, from today's game, we had the final score of 12-5 here from game 1, as well as the final score of 8-0 in game 2. Absolutely dominated by great pitching in game 2 here. Nick Villims, an amazing outing here. And then, of course, on the offense, guys like Chase Hildy, guys like Diego Castellanos, guys like Will Wine-Blackman, everyone really contributed. Also, need to make sure I give a shout-out here to River Jackson for his first homer on the season, as well as the first homer for Steven Lukasevich, who came back here after a week off. So, we're glad to see it here. There's a lot of offense still going on. We still have more games coming up here. We have a game here on Thursday, 2 games coming up here, and that game will be against Mile High Tribe here on Thursday. That game will be at 2 o'clock here and 4:30. That will be away. And then on Saturday, a special game here, a 9-inning game against Diamond Baseball Club. Here, that one will be at home at Scott Carpenter Park. Here, you can also catch the games here on YouTube. But from everyone here with the Boulder Collegians, I am Alex Clark. I am your broadcaster for today. Have a great rest of your night. Stay safe. Rest in peace to one of the greatest of all time in Willie Mays. And I hope to see you all real soon. Thank you.